I drove field cuts through my neighborhood.
Hi, I'm not Lucky Burrito. But it's sure nice to see you all.
Is the mic working?
Is the mic working? Can you hear me now? Testing testers. Yes, it's working. I think the rumble is working now.
See, I got a haircut. I have a bald head now.
Take it easy. Take it easy, buddy. It's all right. I think I fixed it. I'm hoping I fixed it. Seems like I might have fixed it.
Yay! So I think we got it all working now. I went live and then it said, "Oh, something's not right with Rumble."
I feel so light, too. I'm done with you. We are very sorry we deceived you, Dingo.
Oh no. Let's see who's in here with us. We have Cirrus. Cirrus is always in the house and ready to go.
Wait a second now. Trish said she finally had a haircut about 1 month ago. I'm not sure what kind of haircut she's talking about.
Sure, my hair pie. Well, that might have been inappropriate.
Whoa.
That was Steve.
I said nothing of the sort.
Oz whistles. And we have Gamer.
Angela Sangster.
And Trish.
All y'all people.
Yeah, Trish got her earrings. She got a pair of the earrings from the Lucky Burrito store. We sent out more packages today. So if you ordered something, it's very likely that it will it's either on the way already.
It will be very soon.
Or, well, like Lady Alex ordered a necklace, but it's going out tomorrow because she ordered it after we already shipped. But there's some, I don't, you know, there's some people getting some stuff. Super exciting.
It's on the way. What is my beeping?
I don't.
Something
Excuse
is
me.
beeping.
The printer. I don't know why.
Stop that.
It's been doing that.
Well, it's just if you hear the beep, then you've won.
What a prize.
You've won.
I give everybody something extra special in every package that I send. I would give everybody like a free little gift.
A free makeover for everybody.
No.
If you want to look just like Steve Cutler live, just ask me how.
Yeah, he spends hours in front of the mirror, guys. Okay, we got Angela. What's up? L Latham. Dingo it, my baby.
We got tired people in here. They're tired. It's Thursday. It's 9:40 at night. It's very late.
Oh, is it?
Well, if you live in somewhere
And-
further east of us, then yes.
Squirrels for L.
Squirrel.
Leo helped me try to chase a squirrel down today at the old YMCA when Steve was mailing packages.
No way. Did the squirrel get hit by a car?
No.
There was one in the middle of the road that was like expanded, shall we say.
Why would you bring that up?
As I walked, well, because it was a squirrel and I walked by it and it was more like a 2-dimensional squirrel than a 3-dimensional squirrel by that point. Without getting too gratuitous.
Little says, I feel like an astronaut in the ocean.
General Mau Mau. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, wait a minute. We were just talking about squirrels. Damn it.
What?
I don't know. I can't keep up. It's moving so quickly. It's getting late.
Gamer, you're supposed to check your Twitter.
I feel like an astronaut in the ocean.
Little, you can mark it on your calendar. I wrote as Steve today. I know, I never write as him.
Weird. It was bound to happen eventually because I forget all the time and type as her, so.
Well, I did it on purpose, so I knew I was typing as you.
Yeah, no, I do that too. That's exactly what I do. Same thing.
I was not making toe jam sandwiches. And I do not have webbed toes, even though Riley likes to think so.
Snorky Y2K, nice to see you, man.
Oh, man. Dingo, how did I lie to you? How did I lie?
Because you was not me.
Oh.
And I was not you. One of the Apollo astronauts retired and became an oceanographer.
Is that him? Is that who that was?
And well, I don't know. Ocean astronauts need less seasoning.
Uh-oh. Are you talking about cannibalism? Like,
I'm not really sure if we're eating astronauts or if we're just talking about practical experience. I don't know. We're gonna have to get deeper into that with Oz. Oz Whistles knows the answer, and if not, I'm sure somebody will come up with a good theory. Shelley Olmsted. Her dog was purportedly on this thumbnail for this video. I've seen it.
There was. I was like, who is that random getting this dog? Oh. Oh. Popeye. I know YouTube deletes comments. It's not me that deletes them. I've like commented back on things, or I've even taken screenshots. I'm like, oh, I wonder if this is going to be up there later on.
Yeah.
And the YouTube will take away, like, it doesn't matter if it's like a scheduled thing that's been up there for a couple of days, or if it's like a brand new thumbnail that we just put up or a show we schedule, they will delete the comments. It's freaking crazy.
They will ditch it as soon as you go live. Like it gets lost.
Sometimes.
Yeah. I don't know how you fix that. So yeah, if you want to show people the thumbnail, you know how to do that.
No.
You go to brand and then back down to backgrounds and click the plus button, and you'll see the thumbnail.
Background.
Yeah.
All the way down.
Then,
Add background.
Yep.
It's showing me rainbow colored backgrounds. Or do I go to add images?
Yeah.
So that's the background of me now?
If you so you could see it.
There we go. They have these plain backgrounds that you can use.
Oh yes, very modern, very clean lines. I'm not a fan of the clean lines. It's also National PTSD Awareness Month. The U.S. has way too much irony in its shit diet. That's true, Charlie Brown, and it's good to see you, brother.
It is good to see you. There we go. I think I like that one.
You like that one? I like how the colors look like they're just like stolen from the other colors to make Julian's face. Like, it's weird.
Well, I can't see. We got to move that over. You got to make Fearlessly Authentic over farther so that I can put the other part up there.
The pot leaf fits there.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. That I can put up there without blocking the whole top piece.
Mr. Wilson.
Oh, so we were what is it? I came across something earlier. Really, like it. I was like, I wasn't even sure. Like, I wasn't even positive that I was going to do a show tonight. Like,
it was a trigger thing. It like clicked the switch. It flicked the switch.
Yeah, I was like, we got to do a show.
It's like this jackass. What is his name? I can't think of his name.
Oh my gosh! Why am I drawing a blank on it? He did the new documentary about what is a woman.
You should just look him up real quick because I am drawing a blank myself. Even though I should be able to just go back to my Twitter and see what the hell I was looking at. I don't know.
You like my locks, gamer? Yeah, me too. They're really. I like that they're very low maintenance. Very low maintenance. All right, let's see.
It's pronounced maintenance, babe. Sorry.
Maintenance?
Yep.
No, maintenance.
Maintenance?
No.
You can't hear me, Elle? God damn it. Turn me up. Fix this goddamn thing.
You are up. You're not talking. I don't think.
Can you hear me now?
I think it's a Steve issue, not talking into the mic.
Elle,
like,
can you hear
I
me
talk
now?
into the mic.
It's the dulcet, soothing tones of my voice is lulling her to sleep, obviously. I'll try to be
General meow meow.
more animated.
I like that.
I'll try to
Meow,
speak
meow.
more animated.
Meow meow meow. Oh my gosh, remember that commercial? That meow 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 meow. God. Oh, I went to the grocery store today, guys, and that sounded like a, not an unusual thing for me to do. But actually, I try to avoid the grocery store as much as possible.
Your mic is super hot. So bring yours down a little tiny bit.
There. How's that?
Okay. Are we closer to the same area?
It's because I project and actually talk.
No, it's because you're talking directly into the mic, and my mouth is generally not right here where it's positioned right now. I'll get fur from the mic thing in my nose, and it tickles, and I'm just not ready to do that.
Shelly, did you get the link? I sent you one too, Al. If you want to join, either one of you ladies, if anyone wants to join, let me know. We can have.
We can
an
get to
open
the
stream.
bottom of this your truth, my truth, the truth. What is you can't handle the truth?
I don't understand what's so detrimental about truth. It's really a basic thing.
You gotta
That-
play that clip because that just sets it up so.
Oh my god, well, where is it? Is it on your Twitter?
Yeah, somewhere.
Steve, you're not prepared. See, you're not prepared.
It was not my goddamn shoe. This is not my shoe.
Where would I find it on your Twitter? I don't know. I don't know how much you tweeted today.
A bunch of stuff.
Did you tweet that? Did you send it out?
I said something. I'm looking right now, and I'll tell you exactly where it is as soon as I find it. Just as soon as I find it. Antifa music. I don't know if you liked it.
Hey!
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Hold up. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Even better.
Okay. Is there an echo or anything?
I don't hear an echo.
Okay.
How does she sound, everybody?
Does anybody else hear an echo?
Just checking.
So glad you joined us. Oh, General Meow Meow got your tonsils removed. Oi.
I did that when I was little. I was like 8, I believe. I was 8. My sister was 6. But they didn't think my sister was 6 because she was tiny. When she was 6, she looked like she was 3. She was itty bitty. But I remember getting ice cream afterwards, and it was all right. So ever since then, anytime I do something good, I jones for ice cream, of course.
I should have actually had my tonsils removed, but they never removed them.
Me too.
Dude, I had chronic strep throat when I was a kid.
Me
Mhm.
And they
too.
would not, like, my tonsils touch and they wouldn't remove them. They removed my sisters, my brothers, my moms, my nephews, but they wouldn't remove mine. And mine were the ones that touched, and I was the one that always got strep throat. So
Yeah.
I never got it. Like, I never understood it.
They
That-
wanted to, but then like I didn't want to have them remove my
They
tonsils.
like made me.
So I
They were like, you can't swallow. I'm like, no, I can swallow. It's fine. I can, they're like, oh, doesn't it hurt? And no, it doesn't really hurt. What are you talking about? But apparently my tonsils were fucking huge and swollen and fucking infected and crazy. And
Ooh.
I couldn't tell. It didn't feel any different to me. You know what I mean? It was just like, they were like, yeah, no, you have to get them out. I was like, okay, go to the hospital.
L, there's a question about your bagel status.
What is your bagel status, L?
Is
I
L
wanna know.
not done yet?
Oh, we're crazy. We're crazy. I can't wait for you to get your present, your package in the mail.
Oh, yeah. Me too.
Mail call. Mail call rules.
Yes, squirrels for L is a thing.
Oh,
You didn't get the link. Did I not send it? Oh my god.
ruh-roh.
Sometimes like I'll put it in the thing, but then I forget to hit the send button, and that's what I did. Sorry, I was just sitting there.
That's what happens. I've done that before.
Oh
At least you remember to write the message. I usually just forget to write.
no, I copied and pasted it over onto, I used to use DMs a lot when I'm on the computer over here because we switched spots. That's why I was on. So, yeah, I just forgot to hit the send button. Whoops.
I can remember doing that.
It's a stoner's life.
I can remember doing that years ago with my ex. Like, she'd be like, text me when you get to the gig so I know you guys made it all right and whatever. And like, okay. And then text, write a text and then just forget to hit send. And like, what the fuck? That happened
God, I've done that
many
so
times.
much.
Many times.
Stoners.
Right?
Yes, there is not Popeye because if we can just explain the PayPal is treating us like we're like
Like we're criminals.
we're criminals
Like
trying to
your
rip people
redheaded
off.
stepchildren.
They're like here, we're gonna hoard your money and hold on to it until you prove to us that you sold $200 worth of stuff or 10 invoices or
Yeah.
something. Both of those things, I guess. Whatever. They're
So-
fucking douchebags. And so if you leave the thing on your store, then they'll just anytime anybody sends you anything through PayPal, they're just gonna hold on to it for you. So,
I've always made sales. I mean, it's not like I have a store or anything anymore, but I always made sales through private payments
mhm.
instead of like
Yeah, even that.
like instead of like putting a PayPal button on my website.
Right.
I just had people like pay me directly into my PayPal without using like through PayPal itself instead of using the website. That way you don't have to worry about any of that shit. It's a pain in the ass, but at least you get the payment.
Yeah, that's essentially what we're doing for a minute until we meet their criteria, because ultimately it's way easier for us to have the button on the page that you can use whatever system that you want. You know what I mean? You can pay through PayPal pretty much any way you can do it now. So like all the people that want to use their credit card or their Venmo or whatever can do it through there. But only when they're decided that we're worthy of those features.
Oh no! Look at we have Johnny Depp.
Johnny,
Oh no.
I loved you in Fear and Loathing.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello. I'm having a pint. I'm having a pint in London right now. And, and having a good time. And how are y'all? How are you doing?
Having a pint.
Oh my god.
I think it speaks to Johnny's character that the night before the deliberation, the verdict was done. He's in London playing on stage with Jeff Beck and just raging.
Royal Albert Hall, yes.
That's pretty fucking dope. I'm like, go, dude.
I sang What's Going On, and that was really fun in front of a very excited crowd. And
Powerful song.
They were standing, and I appreciated all of the support.
That's a big ass song. You got to be extra just to even comment that song.
I sang it completely in key. I was never out of tune. It went off without a hitch.
Brilliant.
So,
Oz LaFave. I love that guy.
We love
hey, Oz.
We love both Oz. And we have A-Rub in here. We have Charlie Brown. We have Wes.
WD. Wes Donison.
I'm elegant.
Yeah, your tree order will help us. It will. We're getting some orders through Venmo, which is helping because we're getting the money, and then we have to have like so many that go through the PayPal. So like it's kind of like balancing it out where at least we can cover the shipping for all the, for the orders that are coming through Venmo. But we have to have them come through PayPal too until they like release it that like we're legitimately like not ripping people off. Like what the fuck?
There's like five more invoices we have to do, and basically it just entails putting a tracking number or shipping a label or whatever, like one of those two things.
The tracking number as in like just the USPS, like so they can guarantee that the person is getting the thing that they are paying for.
And they know you're not some fly by night Alibaba hustler.
But they've locked like people's accounts and stuff, and like PayPal has started like make people do facial like recognition and shit. Like there's all kinds of crazy shit. PayPal is dropping, and we're like, what the hell is happening?
PayPal has us on double secret probation.
I wonder if they'll work with ID.me, which was the company that they got for the EDD, or what is it called? Employment Development Department.
The IRS uses that.
Yeah.
The ID.me.
No, I wonder if
IRS use that for tax returns.
Everywhere. I wonder if that's going to be a monopoly.
That could be, yeah.
My sister filed taxes for the first time in some years this year, and she's like, I hadn't filed taxes in so long that the IRS needed facial recognition on me just to make sure it was me and I was still alive.
Wow.
How would they know what you looked like before?
Right?
Okay, what are they comparing it to?
Your driver's license.
No, they're getting a new record of you.
Yeah.
No,
it's a new record.
The whole ID biometric thing. I think they also got her ID, her driver's license, but it was like she needed to do the biometric thing just to prove that she was still alive.
Oh my god! And then I had to file taxes for my dad that died, and then I think I told you about this a little bit, like to get his stimulus money so that I could pay. I still haven't finished paying off for his funeral, and so I needed, I needed that money, and like, he died a while back, but like it was giving me such a hard time. I kept like, going back to it and then just like putting it off and, like going back to it and putting it off. And then I got a letter from them and I literally had to go, and I was on the phone with them for like, oh my gosh, what was it? The first time I was on the phone for like an hour or something. And then after that, I talked to the lady and she's like, yeah, you need to fax it. And I'm like, what? I have to fax something to you? Or I have to go in for a meeting, which was like an hour's drive? I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, I'm like, my dad, I'm like, can I email it to you? No, it has to be a fax. So I ended up having to call back like the
And
next
you have to
Monday
pay.
and Tuesday,
Mhm.
and I couldn't get through for 2 days. They said that their lines were too busy.
Yeah.
And then the third day I called and I was like, all right, I know what I have to fax. I have it ready. I'm going to call and I'm going to have them call me back and I'm going to go to Staples. So I'm sitting in the Staples parking lot out there for a half an hour waiting for them to call me back so that I can have the number to fax it, because it's like a representative, someone probably working from home that has a fax machine. It's probably how it works. And so I was like, all right, what I'll do is I'll get the number, I'll go in, I'll fax it to them, and we'll, you know what I mean? It'll be all squared away. But they answered the call and they, I don't know, couldn't hear me or didn't want to hear me. And so they hung up. And then I sat there and called again and like waited on hold for over an hour. And it was past closing time. So the next day I had to, I signed up for an online fax service that you can do through like just where you get your own fax number and everything like that, but you can do it through your computer. And I had to do it that way. And it was quite the hassle to try to get that. And I haven't gotten the money yet. I'm hoping to get it so I can pay that off and, pay the electric bill. So fingers crossed, everybody. Fingers crossed that we get that, because PayPal's holding up the money. The IRS is holding up the money for my dad.
They're playing games.
They make it like virtually impossible to live if you're like low income to poor.
Yeah.
They really, 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 really fucking do. Like the whole PayPal thing really makes me nervous because I had Venmo. Now I am on public assistance because I got kicked off disability. That's a whole story in its own, and it's not my fault. Well, public assistance, it doesn't come on like a debit card. It comes on a benefit card. That's also your food stamps and your Medicaid. Well, you got to take money off of that. And then you got to find ATM where it's like no fee, if there is one in your area. And once you take it out, then you got to figure out a way to put it on a card to pay online bills.
Mhm.
Well, Venmo is great. I like Venmo, but you can't put cash on it. And PayPal is the only one I trust to put cash on.
Mhm.
Like it costs like $3 at Walmart to put cash on it. And it's like the only thing that, like, I can't get a bank account, obviously. And it's just that's my card for paying bills. So that whole thing really makes me nervous.
I have one of those Walmart cards, the prepaid Walmart card, and they charge you like $3 a month just to have the card, and then to put money on the card, they charge you money.
Yep.
And then PayPal too. They charge for some of the orders. They charged us like a fee, even if it was like just a direct payment and it wasn't through the other thing. It's like there's no rhyme or reason. They're just making it difficult for people. And if you haven't used your PayPal for a while, you better make sure that it's all in good standing, because they will freeze it. After it's like you get to sit on people's money. You get to sit on people's money.
do.
They get to hold our money for 21 days.
The entire government,
like trying to open a small
laundering
business
operation.
is not. It's not easy. It's not
Every
like
agency that works with them is laundering money.
Wes, you should
that's how
have
they roll.
gotten something from Steve. Did you send Wes an invoice?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You should have an email Wes then. Yeah, what we're having to do is after orders, we have to send out the invoice right now until we get things squared away with PayPal. They're not going to hold our money, and we'll be able to, and that way we can.
Then we can just have the button on the page and make it easy for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's another thing that sucks. Like if you're low income and you're trying to like be self-sufficient, trying to make a business for yourself and everything. I mean, It's always going to start out small things, like a couple orders here and there, stuff like that, or a couple of like commissions here and there. But like all now with these like newer hurdles with PayPal, like all these services, all these regulations, everything is making it impossible for anywhere between middle to poor income, middle income to poor people. It's making it impossible for them to like
Yeah.
actually be self-sufficient and
You
like,
have to have money to like make it.
Yep.
yeah, exactly. Oh man.
And people will just tell you, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You're not trying hard enough.
Yeah.
It's like I'm literally trying to create something that will generate an income and not be a drain and contribute art to fucking the world. And you make it as difficult as possible just to ship people their product when they did. If we get lucky enough that somebody did fucking order something, now it's like, oh shit. Now how are we gonna, come up with the extra $10 or $15 to get it to wherever the fuck it's going? It's insane. Never mind, they're not going to let you have the money.
Like not even the money for like the shipping. Like, they're like, no, you can't even have the shipping part of it. Like, we're going to hold that part too. It's like, luckily we had it from other areas, like with other Venmos to cover it. So like, yeah, we're not making anything off of it right now. But we're just
trying to get to the threshold so you can get your money.
Yes.
Yeah, we're just trying to like break even at this point.
Trying to be legit about it. After, you know what I mean? That's why like illicit markets explode when poor people are gathered together, because that's the only way you can come up is by doing something the fucking easiest way possible, because you can't afford to play their fucking game and be in the fucking legitimate loop and have the tax number and all the fucking things that go along with it. You know what I mean? Like you have to like skirt it until you like fake it until you make it kind of situation. They leave you no choice.
Right.
It's not like we can call up the SBA and be like, hey, you guys hook us up with just a couple bucks so we can pay our shipping for people.
Like we want to.
I mean?
We want to do the LLC and do the whole, do the whole legit thing. But it's like you need investment to even, like I have the product, I've made the stuff, like
we have inventory.
I looked into that years ago when I had my own website that was at least attempting to sell my artwork and print some of my photography on. And I actually had a business tax ID at some point, but that was so long ago. It's so different now. That was like back in 2004, 2005, and it was so easy to do all that stuff back then.
Yeah, they simplified it. They made a lot of entrepreneur people happen between then and now. How many more billionaires are there now than there were in 2004?
Way more.
Way more. It's like even if you get anything on there, it's like they like you gotta like you're paying fees, and then you're paying fees if you transfer money. If you do anything, like they get you everywhere. Al, have you had any difficulty with that kind of thing, doing the money transfer online thing? I mean, I think it's going to lead into this whole digital currency thing, like where they just have completely, like they have us like by our throats,
Oh, before I wanted to give a shout out to Baba Yaga in the chat, Forest Dweller. I love you. And
Baba Yaga!
Choosie's here as well. So I just want to say hey to those newbies into the chat. And then also, I was going to say when you were talking about Walmart, going back to that, Target, I had a Target red card for years.
Oh, I did too.
Hold on. So hold your horses. So basically, I didn't remember to pay it one time, and they didn't remind me to pay it, and it went months and months, and it was like $30-something. It wasn't even like a lot, but I owed that, and then they put a fee on top of that, and then I had a whole conversation with them to be like, I'm sorry, it got mixed up with everything else that I'm paying off, like I forgot. And I apologize, and I recognize that. Please give me a chance here, because it was like the second time I've not paid it, technically. So the first time they give you a pass, and then the second time they don't really. But like not in the history of the Target card, but like the red card. But in the latest history, like the recent history of my payments. So anyway, I got them to take off the fee and everything, and I threatened them and all that stuff, but in a nice way. And I was like very conciliatory and like, I'm sorry and everything, but if I have to pay it, I'm going to be in more trouble, and I just can't have this fee on top of that. Could you take care of it? So I used to like really threaten them, like very, very real, like with my getting away from the company. And I used to have that kind of tactic, but now I'm very empathetic with people. So I just like have a conversation first, and then they eventually like me, which is great. And then they eventually want to help me, which is also great. And then they actually do what I say. So they helped me with the fee and everything. And then they took care of it, and they said, okay, we'll put it through. And I'm like, I'm not poor and all this stuff. Like, I just missed a thing. So then eventually I checked my and this all started when I checked my Credit Karma, because this all goes back to Target too, because the reason I have Credit Karma for free is because they had a data breach years ago, and everybody got free credit report, checking software. So anyway,
Nice.
I checked my account, and then I found out it was way lower than I thought, and I was near poor for my credit rating. Or credit score. And I was like, oh shit. And that's when I like got my shit together with this whole call and everything. So then it turns into like a couple months later, I'm still like looking at the credit scores, and they still haven't budged that much. But like it seems like a lot, because like 87 points, but it was good to begin with, and then it was not. So now I'm still not good. And I'm still pissed off because it really fucked up my score that happened. So that's what I've experienced in that regard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks that they do this to us. They put us in a stranglehold, and then they're like, we're gonna score you. Like, it's like, what's crazy? Okay, so I used to have I had a car note once. I bought it secondhand. It was a Toyota Yaris. It was a 2009. It was a great little car. It would actually fit in the back of the van that I drive now, like because it was like a little 3-door with the 2 doors and then the hatch in the back. And Ricky Rants. Go start. So I had a car note, and at one point they did not inform me of like something happened where I was either late or something. Like I was at the very end. Like I didn't even owe. Oh my gosh, I don't remember how much it was. I didn't owe very much left on the car. I've been paying for years, and I put a lot down, and that's why I was able to have a really low payment. And for some reason, it like they came and they repoed my car, and I never got the notice saying that they were going to do anything, and like it cost me all this money, and I didn't understand. Like at the time, I'm like, what are you talking about? I didn't I didn't get anything for this, and blah blah blah. Later on, like and this car is gone now, but then like just what was it, a couple of years ago?
Yeah,
like 3 years ago, I get something from Wells Fargo saying that, oh yeah, we forgot to inform you of something, and so like here's some money. And then they sent me like freaking like, what was it, like $400 or something dollars or
like
something,
$400 or $500. Yeah.
So it basically would have covered the cost of what I had to pay for then. But it's like it was their mistake, and like there's no like
there's no recourse for you whatsoever. You just wait fucking a few years, and maybe we'll kick you a few bucks for your troubles.
And yeah,
sorry
and like
about your car.
Like yeah, like I got the car back. Like I got it back. I got it all straightened out at the time, but I had to pay a bunch of money. And like the guy who came and like was that did the. I had never had a car repossessed. The guy that towed it, that came, because I was like, I went to go outside and I'm like, okay, my car's not here. Whoa, what just happened? And they just come and take it. It's like over a payment being late, they can just come and take your shit, and it wipes out everything that you did before that. All of the payments that you made, everything, it's like it doesn't matter. Same thing with your house. And it's like they have this like just this stranglehold on people, and they expect people to somehow manage around it. Like I don't remember, like it's been so long since it happened, but like I got help from other people at the time, and I like negotiated with the tow truck guy. I'm like, please. He's like, this isn't a, I don't remember, what did he say to me? This isn't a charity or something. And I'm like, dude, like I'm a single mom and you just took my car and I didn't know this was happening and blah, blah, blah. And he ended up taking money off for me. But yeah, making yourself human to somebody that's doing that. It's like you have to put yourself in this vulnerable place and then hope that
they have any empathy,
that they'll help you, like you were saying, with like the Target thing. It's like if and I worked at Target too, and I dealt with their red card and all that too, and they messed up my bank account. It wasn't the credit card, it was like the debit one that was linked to my card and all that stuff.
I have one of those stories. I once bought a Grateful Dead hat that was going, it was the last one they had, and it was like $15 or something instead of being $40. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'll buy that. And I bought it, and all I had was $30 in my checking account at the time. It reminds me of Jilly's story. She said she had bought a propane tank for $801.61. Paid $801, didn't see the 61 cents. Now they want a $72 late fee. So the hat did the same kind of thing. My cell phone took the $30 off my card at the same like moment that I charged the hat. So one of them got the late fee, which was another $30. So the hat ended up costing like $65 or $70 in the long run. And it's just like they love to keep us down. They can't help it. They're like, the whole system is made by bankers to make money off of shit that they say is important, and that's it. That's the whole thing, and to make as much as you can.
Oh my gosh, Elle just sent me a
Suspend
link.
your disbelief, Charlie Brown. I did order one once.
Yeah. I just got a news alert saying that there was just a church shooting tonight in Iowa.
What the fuck, man?
And there was just a shooting at somebody's. Yeah, there was just a shooting today at a funeral that they were doing too.
It's
like
every
this
day now.
Every day. It's fucking,
Until we get the banned guns like they did in where was it? It was Canada. Like fucking Trudeau.
Yeah.
Like, we're banning guns. I'm like,
yeah.
You don't even have that issue.
Good fucking luck, you fucking jokers. That's just nuts.
You ban your shitty vaccines first.
Yes.
Oops. My bad.
Well, it's like Australia had one big shooting and they banned all the fucking guns.
Yeah. It's like people can't see that's just tyranny waiting to happen to you. Like, are you fucking kidding me? You getting triggered so that because this has happened, because you haven't paid attention to this being the state of affairs for the last fucking 15, 20 years of shootings. That's been commonplace. It's like daily. How close do you pay attention to it? You know what I mean? If you actually follow it day to day, I guarantee there's at least one in fucking the United States.
Well, all this stuff like shootings, the suicides, the overdoses, stuff like that, murders, all that shit. They're all symptoms of the same thing. And that same thing is crumbling society. If you go back to the 70s, you had the oil embargo, and you had economically it was just starting to go under.
Yep.
And then you had all the serial killers and shit like that, and you look at New York City in the 70s and the 80s, holy shit.
Yep.
And then you go back further than that to the 1930s and the 20s, and you get a lot of crazy stories back then of like murders and like sick shit going on, and
I think the
it's
harsher,
debauchery, like everybody just like, and then you go and you look at our culture with all this like the over sexualization of everything.
Yeah.
Like it's all like 1930s Berlin was the same way. I mean, it's not just an American phenomenon.
right?
This is just the way society works. It was the same thing in Rome. I mean, you could track it all the way to ancient societies.
Yeah, man. It's
But
like
it's
Caligula
not
and
the
everybody fucking
Exactly.
orders everywhere. Absolutely.
it's not
just-
the
Oh
fucking
my
guns.
gosh.
No, it's not the fucking guns. It's man's
It's-
violent nature.
No, it's not man's
Yes.
violent nature. It's when government just goes under. It's when countries start crumbling.
And they're setting a bad example
Yeah.
by,
Yep.
giving money and munitions and rockets to Nazis, and also killing brown and like brown people in the Middle East and in Africa, and black people there as well, like killing people who have nothing to do with anything because
Yeah.
they have to keep the status quo that has been in place throughout the continuity of government, which we should get into, like Bilderberg, because I just was talking about that today. But like, that's what they're going to talk about on their agenda for this week. The 2nd to, what is it, the 6th or something? That 4th, probably. Fucking, I don't remember. Let me check.
Gamer said that you should be over 21 to buy a gun.
The
Okay.
5th.
They're trying to push that in New York State right now. But if you look into, oh my God, the gun control package that they're trying to push through, because the legislative session is almost over, right? So they're trying to push through this like gun control package of bills, and they've got like mental health shit in there, and they've got like social media censorship stuff in there.
Of course.
There's some fucking crazy shit that like I'm really concerned about, like, because I have a mouth on me. I'm not
No.
one to shy giving my opinion on shit.
Yeah. Well, I think that that whole thing, when I'm like blaming man's natural tendency to be violent, I think that's cutting it short, because obviously man only really follows those traits when man is shown that way to go. You know what I mean? And that I think all of these things, all of these situations, and all of these places that people find themselves in right now, and very much like in the 30s, when the shit's about to fucking crumble, and the rats go fucking running, you know what I mean? So then, there is no safety at all. Safety is like an illusion, you know what I mean? You don't know what crazy shit people are thinking. Look at the shit they're fed and indoctrinated with the entire time that they're alive on the planet. You know what I mean? Like, just the stuff that we've seen up to this point. You know what I mean? If you like, I don't know, you can choose to be involved and actually witness some of this fucking crazy atrocity, or you can just be sucked into the mess with the rest of the fucking rats, man. It's crazy. It's really nuts to be able to stand back from it a little bit and actually just be overwhelmed by how many fucking machinery parts are in play to fucking make this shit all happen this way.
Well, look what Baba
Gets on top of you.
What Baba said. There's no such thing as gun violence, but there's definitely human violence. Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all I meant.
that is exactly
Guns can't do anything
right.
by themselves.
Yeah, the government and NATO are setting the worst example, and then because the government and is the one that does the things with the CIA and just directs Hollywood basically, It is instilled into every single bit of our lives. It's from the government.
Like,
It all
Yeah.
comes down. It's like
Propaganda.
they're like the
Yep.
parents
Yeah.
setting the worst example and saying, "No, don't do what I do. Don't do what I do. Do what I say, not as I do." And it's freaking bullshit. We need to stop the culture of it and not just like say, "Oh, well, that one person."
Treat the
No,
symptoms,
we need to stop being reactionary and start being preventative in what's happening. People have health issues. They have there are reasons why that this is happening, but that's not being addressed. It's not even being spoken about.
It hasn't been. Ronald
No.
Reagan closed every fucking state fucking funded hospital in the fucking nation, and all the fucking mental health just went to the people, to the families
You
that
know,
would take
all-
them in, or those people became homeless. And now look at where we are at.
okay,
It's
so
fucking insane.
all that actually did was shift the mental health, like the psychiatric patients, basically from mental institutions to prisons.
Yes.
Because look at how many fucking mental health, like what do I want to say, like psychiatric prisons there are.
Right.
How many jails have like mentally ill people, and like they commit crimes because they're mentally ill and not get
I know
Yeah,
people
they're
who
in
are
jail.
personally in jail right now that have severe mental health issues that are in jail that committed, they did things. And like I see it. I know it firsthand. Like I know
Yeah, I
the
do too.
people.
I do too.
That's a symptom. That's a symptom of that state failing right there. They're just like, from the time that I was like old enough to be paying attention in like 1980 or so, I was just like, wow, look what they're doing. All the like things that were traditionally in place to take care of elderly and mental health has just shifted gears to this giant judicial fucking flex, like where it's about criminality and making jails accessible to everybody, like
Well,
blowing up
when-
the fucking state.
when they deinstitutionalize the hospital, mental health and stuff like that, they were supposed to do like community stuff, and there's I think there, like, part of that was like group homes for
Yep.
people who can't live on their own, but shouldn't be living in an institution either.
Right.
And I remember in the 90s, because I knew people that lived in housing like that. Now it's like there's nothing, fucking nothing. But it's crazy just how much of a difference like what 22, 23 years makes.
Yeah.
It's
It's staggering to think.
heartbreaking.
It's staggering because my mom was in that she worked in that field, basically working for retired senior volunteers, and then for like Northeastern Action Committee thing that handled like all the shelters needs for clothes, and they do food drives and all these things. It was basically like a food bank, but like handled probably 30,000 people in that town. And so it was like I was around that, and I met lots of people that lived in those kinds of environments and lived in assisted living situations and stuff.
Yeah.
And now it's just like it seems like it's all privatized. Everything is like, you know what I mean? You got a private nurse or you have health insurance or you're fucked. You just got nothing.
Exactly. And like how many mentally ill people, like seriously mentally ill people, actually have the resources for that shit?
Right.
Very few. Like not even a lot of families have the resources, can gather the resources for that. It's very expensive to be put up into these facilities.
Definitely.
Very
One of my
expensive.
friends that's in is like extremely paranoid schizophrenic, like it's severe, and I've seen it, and I've seen them like having an episode, and actually I believe there is I'm not a doctor, but dissociative identity disorder where there's multiple personalities. I've seen this happen like in front of me with different personalities, different I mean, if you watch that movie like Six Souls or whatever it is, and you see the guy physically change, I've seen it happen in front of me. This person that I know, and they literally thought there was Russian snipers like one night that were gonna just that were all on the rooftops of the different apartments and stuff like that. Like, it's really severe, but like how much of that, I mean, but functioning could function for the most part, when that wasn't happening, but there was, any kind of drugs or alcohol, like the influence of that really struck them, and the poverty that, what I mean? And just how much of it is because a person is like, this is what society tells me that it's like that I am. If I'm a depressed person, I'm, I stay at home all day and I sleep all day and I can't do this and that. How much of that is our programming too? That, you know what I mean? Like, we just accept it. Like, oh, I'm depressed and then this is what, you know what I mean? Like,
it's definitely social engineering. It's 100% social engineering. Like, if you go back at okay, you got to go back before the turning mental illness into a purely biological function. You got to go back into history before that, where you had mental hospitals with huge, just acres and acres out in the middle of nowhere, and they had farms. People were given jobs. They had crafts. They could wander the grounds out in the middle of the country, and that did more for mental health than anything. Once they started medicalizing mental health.
We need a community is what we really need. Like what we are always talking about here. So in a community, if somebody is having a hard time, if somebody's dealing with depression, you're going to gather around that person and make sure that they get what they need. Right. No matter what it is, you're going to make sure that, you're there to help that person because they are part of your family. They're part of your community.
Yeah. Well, speaking of DID, I actually had a friend. I knew her from 1991, 92 to 2002.
Sorry.
She was a friend of mine. She had DID. She ended up becoming pretty successful. I don't know if you ever heard of the band Huntress.
Yeah.
She was a singer.
Oh, right on.
Yeah. So when I was in middle school, I was bullied a lot, and we rode the same bus. And we'd chill out in the cemetery on days she didn't have to work or go to ballet. And she talked me out of committing suicide. And after she finally became successful in her life, and she still killed herself. Damn. That's just something that it will haunt you.
Yeah.
Because DID is no joke. Like, people who actually have it. Have you seen this thing on TikTok where people are making up basically imaginary friends and saying it's their alternate personality or whatever, or they have some kind of being limit? Yeah. Well, I heard about it. I don't actually pay attention to this shit, but
yeah,
it's disgusting. And then that stuff, because it's psychosomatic, that kind of thing, right. It just spreads, and then people actually think they have this stuff wrong with them, and it's just so insulting to the people that actually have to go through it.
Yeah, that's fucking horrible.
Society gets sick.
To be goofing on people is, I don't know, man. It's just the whole thing about mental health is so stigmatized. You know what I mean? You're even those places that you're describing, you know what I mean, years and years ago, in the days of yore, when there was a big old state hospital and the people could be left to roam and have a beautiful life. still that thing right there, you know what I mean, is a stigma. You know, oh, he went and lived at the loony bin or whatever, you know what I mean? There's just like this weird almost criminalization in the way that like addicts are criminalized. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's really
Well,
fucking weird.
You want to hear something funny? On my dad's side, well, one of my relatives was in Binghamton State Hospital for schizophrenia or something like that.
Mhm.
Well, what they called schizophrenia back then, probably just like bipolar disorder or something. But I'm also related to Frederick Law Olmsted that designed Central Park and stuff.
Mm.
But he also designed, oh God, was it the grounds of like Danvers State Asylum or something like that, or
Oh,
one
wow.
of those major major state hospitals.
Wow.
And he ended up spending his last years there as a patient.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's some bitter irony right there.
Yeah, right. But at least he could like enjoy the grounds that he created. You know,
Right? I mean, I'm sure it was gorgeous, right? I
Oh,
mean,
God.
those places, the gardens and stuff were fucking unbelievable.
Well,
It was like a place for the rich doctor to show off where they worked, you know what I mean? And they'd have grand parties and stuff. Like, I heard all kinds of crazy stories about the hospitals.
yeah, I think it had actually started going downhill by the time he went in there, but the grounds were still, kept up.
That's intense.
But yeah, I have some pretty crazy stories.
That's rad.
Kind of like being a direct descendant of the guy that founded Hartford, Connecticut, for one of them.
Yeah, that's
That's funny. You're right.
That's fucking
weird how things work out.
Fucking blue bloods, man.
Oh God, no, we're mostly like poor.
Nice. There's so many little clicks, I can't keep up with them.
Hi, Jamie.
Can y'all hear my ticker in the background?
Tick tick.
My ticker. It's my toaster.
I think I heard. I might have heard something earlier.
I don't know.
Is the toast ready?
No, and it's a tortilla. It's a pizzadilla. So
Pizzadilla. That's like fancy flatbread, right?
Yes, go start. Johnny Depp now has herd immunity. He certainly does. Yay. For now, until she
that was a good one.
Until she appeals.
What
she's going
happened?
to appeal amazingly. This bitch never stops. She's going to appeal and put him through it again. And it's just like, and then put herself through it because she ain't got no money. What the fuck are you talking about? She literally said her lawyer said in an interview with Today, and it was CBS that she said this, I think, this morning. But she said she's making the rounds. It's almost like she wants her 15 minutes of fame. Just saying. Anyway, which is what she was accusing other people in the trial, witnesses of doing. But anyway, she's different. So anyway, Elaine, God damn it, Elaine. Elaine is still on track with her client. Her client can't even pay her, but her client doesn't have to pay her because it turns out her insurance is paying her fucking legal bills. Yes, I said insurance. Traveler's insurance is paying her bills according to an article that I read before.
Oh man,
that's the Hartford money right there.
Jesus.
Travelers, baby.
There's insurance.
So anyway, she lost $8 million from this case and is somehow supposed to come up with enough to do an appeal. And she was even asked, Elaine was asked point blank, she was like, oh, does she have enough money to pay $10 million, which is not even correct, but like whatever, the amount that they said. And she's like, no, absolutely not. And also, like, isn't that against your rules? Like, that should be against the rules of your client, like attorney-client privilege to like divulge that they don't have enough money to pay you or for an appeal that you say that she deserves and should be filing. So that made no sense to me. But hey, I'm not a lawyer. What do I know?
That's kind of weird. Them lawyers. I heard it that time.
I hope it's not burnt. Bye.
Steve Wolfbrand, you are not getting that time back, brother. I'm sorry. Gamer, you too. Same.
What time are they trying to get back?
Steve Wolfbrand's like, I watched that whole damn trial every second.
Yeah,
I'm like, you're not getting that time back.
you're not.
Nope.
Oh my God, what is wrong with the bird? The bird's broken.
It's a total distraction from the Sussman thing. That worked out
Can
really
you
nicely.
help me
They
with
had
the-
a bunch of
Steve.
things going on.
Steve, can you please send, like, I changed his food and gave him some banana. I don't know what his problem is. Can you check the bird?
Nothing I do is going to make that bird shut up.
I can put that clip in if we can watch that little clip. Hold on. So I don't want you guys to think I'm just making shit up.
Wait, what? What do we want?
The clip with Elaine,
Elaine's clip.
Elaine?
Yeah.
the lawyer.
Making the rounds on the.
Oh.
I think
Yes.
it was NBC. Hold on. Elaine. Now everybody's looking her up, so it comes up Elaine every time. Let me see where it is, and I'll put it in, and I'll put the timestamp.
I heard Elaine, and immediately my brain went to, these pretzels
Oh.
are making me thirsty.
Wolf, dude. He said next stop for Amber is Pornhub. Ay.
Well,
Hey, I mean,
no shame.
if she likes to do that, then I think that she should do that.
Stack that paper, girl.
I think I watched like a
Mexican
couple.
donkey show. God damn, serious?
I think I watched like a couple clips from the trial, and that was it. I got gossip from my sister and whatever little blips here and there, and that was it. I really couldn't give two shits about it. Outside of the fact that I think it really shines a light on men being domestically abused, not just women.
It does. I think a lot of people don't see the benefit of the way that it worked out, and more see that now women accusing someone powerful of something are going to be more likely not to do anything at the risk of being taken to court because of this precedent.
Yeah, I mean, I've had some guy friends that were abused by their girlfriends or wives, and they never reported it. They never really said anything about it. There's such a stigma against it.
Yeah.
And I mean, so many people fucking love Johnny Depp, so hopefully this gets more men to open up about this stuff, and let healing happen.
I hope.
420 is the place.
My bird is broken. I don't
It's
know.
at 420, of course.
Oh, okay.
That should be it. It's just a little bitty clip, so we aren't going to get copyright kicked.
I hope not.
No. It's literally so fucking short.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how long something is for copyright. It's not the amount of time. It's what they catch.
Well,
if they want
with
it
Elon, it was like a lot, and then they cut our stream, and then they cut it back in. So who knows what they're doing?
It depends on. It just depends precisely on whether or not they decide that it's worth their time to do that. Like, you can play 2 seconds of something. I had that happen with a BBC clip. I played 2 seconds of something, even though you would think that for educational purposes, when I was showing ostriches mating dances, on screen, that would be part of fair use. But it wasn't. Even though I muted it and everything, it didn't matter. They still got it.
Crazy.
Depends on how bad they go back. They go after you for copyright.
I just don't feel because I did see a video that was literally a reaction to this.
This is probably fine, but otherwise, I'm just saying for copyright in general, though, that is how it works. It doesn't matter how long it is. If it's something that they're going to get for copyright, they're going to get you.
I know it. It's just that Elon one was very long, and so I don't know. That's why I said that.
Yeah, something on that was like a contemplation one too. It's weird because you can play videos that are on YouTube of like other people's channels and it's perfectly fine. But if we play it, they'll get us. It's like, what the fuck?
What happened to fair use? Like,
Yeah,
that's
it's
what
selective. It's it's
it just went out
selective.
the fucking window.
They selectively all of it is selective now. Like there's nothing that's like universal across the board. I know that I mean I could play the same clip and as 5 other people and like I could get nabbed and maybe someone else does and everyone else goes free. It's really weird. I don't know how they determine it.
Yeah,
all right,
it's bullshit.
All right, we're gonna mute so that we can play.
Dollar judgment. Oh no, absolutely not. Finally, in closing arguments, Amber's team argued that this would send a message. That it would send a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you
like
always
4:18 or something like that because we missed the question there. Sorry about that. I didn't realize that.
Is she able to pay a $10.4 million judgment? Oh no, absolutely not. Finally,
so
in
that's
closing
where she
arguments,
says absolutely not.
Amber's
she can't
team argued that this would send a message. That it
so
would
how
send a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you always have to do more. You need to be perfect.
That's it. That's basically it. You can get out of the. That's literally all it was. Papa, you can't take a shower. Sorry. So, yeah, basically, she's divulging that information on a show in the media, and then the newspapers picked it up about her appeal. That's another clip, but that's in the newspaper, so I'll just give it.
Charlie Brown, we love you, and that's what we're here for. Right? Oh my God. Somebody broke my bird. Does he like ice cubes? I don't think he wants an ice cube, Steve. No, I don't think he wants one.
Did I see this?
Yeah, Grey Walker said, what the fuck kind of insurance pays for an attorney's fees?
I know that's exactly what I was saying. Like,
it's literally her like house insurance. It's so weird. Hold on.
No way. It can't be right.
I gotta get that.
It cannot be right.
Are you kidding me?
It's Travelers. It's Travelers. Sorry, it's Travelers Insurance. Whatever. Hold on. Amber Heard. I forget where it was that I read this.
We're in the middle of the street. Skylar came down from upstairs. Like, what is wrong with the bird? He'll just get in like fits. He's such a brat, and he can make and we try not to like respond to him when he's acting like that. So like we don't reinforce. It's like having a 2-year-old. You don't want to like. If they started screaming in the store because you didn't get him a toy every time and you get him the toy to shut him up, what's going to happen? Like you're going to reinforce that. Like the U.S. needs to take a moment and realize that, it's like, it's like being a parent to a 2-year-old, you know what I mean? Like that's the same thing with all these issues that we have. It's the same thing. It's like being a bird mom. So if you give in, then you have to keep doing it.
To be fair, where I read this was from originally the New York Post. I read it through au.com, whatever it's called. That's not it. But an Australian website, SMH, whatever the fuck it is. But I went there and they quoted New York Post. So New York Post says the sources say, so take that with a grain of salt, that the bill for her attorney has mostly been footed by the travelers companies under terms of the actress insurance policy, which is from
how do you have an insurance policy? Like
it's her homeowner's insurance policy.
Her homeowner's insurance.
Is that more like fixer's insurance? Like
yes.
I don't know.
Like, is it just like a title, but it's really like for like Hollywood thing?
It's like the kind of insurance that Sussman had when he went to court.
Right.
You know,
Yeah, right.
Oh, that's a fun verdict.
that same
verdict
kind
was
of
not
insurance.
as fun.
The same tier, I believe.
Memorial Herald. Yes, SMH. I always go there when it goes to Australia. Somehow it always ends up at SMH. They must have a really good monopoly on the internet, Oz whistles, because they always come up. Yep. Probably related to the sun as well, because the sun is also a rag. But NY Post, I take very much with a grain of salt, especially after the in and out photos of Ghislaine Maxwell, who, by the way, is coming up for sentencing at the end of the month, and I will cover that. Don't worry.
She wants to give
June
up
28th is her sentencing date.
Yeah, probably not on YouTube though.
I do hope
I will cover it on my podcast where I cover most things.
I do hope it's Dr. William that she gives up. That would be great.
Just so you guys know, if you haven't known, there is a new episode of my podcast, The Late Show with Verdicts, Nazis, and Pfizer. So all the updates you need, including some Johnny Depp stuff, which you can skip over if it's not your bag. No big deal. But I spend about 35 minutes or so on that, or 30-something minutes. And then the rest is Nazis and Pfizer and stuff.
You know, the fun stuff.
Yeah. And we look at the performance of the new press secretary, Jean-Pierre, Karim Jean-Pierre, who's doing a great job. Everybody loves her. Well, the media loves her. Because she's black. Not because she's good. But that's okay. That's where we're at.
They love her virtue signals. They're just so cute. Do you see them?
She does look really good with blue and yellow. I'm just going to say it out loud.
She's softer with her tone.
Yeah.
She's not a total bitch like Saki was. But she also goes on a long time.
I kind of missed
every single fucking one is like an hour long now. And I'm like, I just do not have time for all of that. But okay, whatever. I just spent 65 hours of my life on a trial. So I do not have an hour every day for your little huddle meeting with journalists who stenographers who pretend to be journalists who are going to just write what you say. And usually not be very pushbacky on it. But they were in the clip that I looked at on the podcast. So check that out at the end where I just listened to 10 minutes of her finally getting some pushback. Mainly on the inflation thing. Because Yellen came out and said, oops, we made a mistake. I made a mistake when I said that inflation wasn't a big deal, basically.
Oopsie.
And they were giving her all kinds of shit on it.
Steve, I don't know where that thing is that we saw earlier. How do we find that? Because that was like that was like what triggered me to want to do a thing on telling the truth.
Yeah, well, it was the guy. It was just a snippet from the guy's documentary. What is it? What does it mean to be a woman, or what is a woman, or something? He's walking around asking ladies what it, and all these different people, what it means and how to define what a woman is.
No, I want the.
That's the guy. That's the guy, though. I can't remember his name. He's such a douchebag. He's kind of a tool, but
don't spoil it.
About 40% of what he says is, not completely up his own ass. So I mean, I say I'm at like 70, so the odds are pretty good.
Okay. I think I can find it.
And like 70%, I'm up my own ass for sure. Hello, Greasy. Baba Yaga. Choose it.
I think I found it. I did I found it.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah.
Everybody's gonna love this fucking guy.
You guys,
He's fantastic. Give him a chance.
Peaches doesn't want to.
Peaches is like, he's an asshole.
Peaches says he wants to censor everybody. Shut up, bird. Fucking fuck. Oh my god.
Wow, dude.
Even Leo left the room. Leo's like, I'm out. He's like, I'm out of here. He's full on pterodactyl. Yes. That's what we call like, it's all crazy. Did you know that they're related to dinosaurs? In like real life, like parents are related to dinosaurs. So, you know, and cockatoos are the crankiest of the birds. Like they really can be. They're very moody. They're very like bipolar. Very cuddly and friendly, but when they're done, they're just fucking done and they just snap and they're done. Like
Okay, wait. Before you play this video, have you ever seen the movie oh shit, was it Highway?
Oh gosh,
no, Freeway with Kiefer Sutherland and Reese Witherspoon, and it's a modern day telling of Red Riding Hood. It was from like the late 90s, mid to late 90s.
I remember.
Okay,
I probably have.
Okay, look at the screen right now of the video. He looks like Kiefer Sutherland's character in that movie.
Oh my gosh! Yes.
Yes.
If you think about like what kind of character that was, it makes it even creepier.
Yeah.
So
Wait till you hear him talk. He's
wait until you hear this. This is crazy.
It's even creepier, isn't it?
Did you say Dark City?
Freeway.
Oh, okay. I thought he was more like Dark City. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite movies.
So this is Matt Walsh interviewing a professor. And this is a new doc, and we're not endorsing Matt Walsh's work at all. Okay.
Wait.
Gag.
But Sutherland's character was a teacher too. Oh my god, that's so weird.
Creepy.
Oh my god, really?
Yes.
It's like a refreak.
We're gonna have to you should get a picture and we should link that. So he was trying to get the woke left and asking them what it means, what is a woman, which we have answered on this podcast. So what is a woman? And this is part of his thing, but this is him trying to get information out of this professor about truth. I'm going to mute us and I'm going to play it. I'll probably let it play more than once because it's only like 40 seconds, just so you can make sure you can hear all of it. It's crazy. And not the bird, because I'm going to mute.
Well, I'm not even talking about social context. I'm just trying to start by getting to the truth, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really uncomfortable with that language of like getting to the truth. Again, in social life.
Why is that uncomfortable?
Because it sounds actually deeply transphobic to me. And if you keep probing, we're gonna stop the interview.
If I probe about what the truth is?
You keep invoking the word truth, which is condescending and rude. I'm saying to you,
how is the word truth condescending and rude?
Why don't you tell me what your truth is? And you're walking on 30 seconds more of thin ice before I get up.
What my truth is? I'm not even talking about social context. I'm just trying to start by getting to the truth, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really uncomfortable with that language of like getting to the truth. Again, in social life.
Why is that uncomfortable?
Because it sounds actually deeply transphobic to me. And if you keep probing, we're gonna stop the interview.
If I probe about what the truth is?
You keep invoking the word truth, which is condescending and rude. I'm saying to you,
how is the word truth condescending and rude?
Why don't you tell me what your truth is? And you're walking on 30 seconds more of thin ice before I get up.
What my truth?
That was twice.
Oh.
Yeah, I played it twice. I said I was going to play it twice so that everybody could hear it.
That's
Okay, so
it's just condescending and rude to want to get to the truth of things.
I don't know the whole context of it because the documentary is like that Matt Walsh did is like just released, I guess, today or yesterday. But like I just like when I heard that, I'm like, what the fuck? What the
It's
fuck?
really funny out of context, and it is completely out of context to hear that guy say that. But just to say those words after he's like, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of the truth. And it's like, it's transphobic and condescending and rude. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Satire.
Wow. Yeah.
So what is the context?
The context is he's walking around. The guy with the beard is walking around asking people what it means to be a woman.
Okay.
I love the body language.
And this man is a college professor.
What does he teach?
I'm not exactly 100%.
Probably fucking gender studies.
But something about gender, because he was like really put off by his language. And it's just, I don't know, man, on its face, it's just like, it's so fucking typically fucking weird ass fucking wokeism shit going on, like just in those sentences, just talking in that way with another person about these things. Like, it's very, very strange. He was very uncomfortable with the truth.
I don't know exactly what the context going up to this was. We have to we're just taking this completely out of context and how it was clipped out of context. And I played it
to just have a background on it, just so I had a better understanding.
Yeah. So this guy, he's going around. I guess he did a whole documentary on what does it mean to be a woman, and like asking people. And he's like trying to call it the woke left because nobody could answer the question what it is to be a woman. What is a woman? And everybody would answer the questions, and like they didn't really answer them.
Really circular.
At all. Like
no real substantial like. Here's the biological truth of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? None of that. They just like stay away from the fact of a biology. And it's just, what the fuck is that, dude? You know what I mean? I don't understand why that's like, okay. Like it's pretty simple.
But what got me about it was just like, I'm like, even with context, I'm sure that I'll have a different opinion about that. But like, there we go. There's like it's just like I feel like that is the answer that is happening among so many people, is that they don't actually know what they're actually standing for and what is the truth and what they're standing for. And you can take that and you can apply it to anything. You can apply it to I support the current thing, the Ukrainian flag, the whatever it is. People don't actually know what the truth is, and I feel like that's always kind of like this you actually ask for like what is socialism, like what do you think socialism is, or communism, because like it's put down so much. What is the actual truth in anything? Like there's just it's all diluted and watered down, and nobody actually can agree even on what something is to be truthful, and be able to like discuss like the actual like meaning of it or debate it, because we can't even settle on what is the truth first, like
yeah,
that's what I was saying in my head. You just said what I was saying in my head. So like, I would say what is the truth after saying what is a woman, and then I would be like, okay, what is your perception, because that's what we're dealing with here, because nobody knows anything absolutely on this planet.
Exactly.
This is philosophy 101, but still, like, it applies.
It needs
Everything
to be said.
Is perception. It's all perception.
Yes.
It's what you perceive to be the truth. It's not the absolute truth unless you and everyone else on the earth knows it. And there's no way that is possible.
And there are many established, there are many agreeable points, right, where people find truth in certain ideas and laws and all of those things. They're all relative, and they're all about perspective, because your perspective about a law is different than another person's perspective about a law, or their their perception or their interpretation of it. There's so much gray area around every idea that it's inherent in the system. There can't be your truth, because truth doesn't fucking work that way. It either is or it ain't, and that's fucking it. It doesn't care what your anything is.
And people want to put things in such definitive terms, but like I say, a woman, I feel like it's a fact that women can wear pants and that we should be able to wear pants, and that's perfectly fine. And you'll find other places where there's tribes that have probably never, they have no fucking idea what the hell we are wearing on our bodies, because that their truth is not the same as ours, because it's not necessarily that you know what I mean? Like
there are no universal ones.
No,
they don't.
Well, there's certain things that are universal.
There's certain things that are universally the same. I mean, it's arguable that everything is true for everyone. That's why it's about perspective.
And until we can agree on the core thing of whatever it is, we can't discuss really what the truth is.
We can't even tie our own shoes, and never mind get at the fucking actual truth of things.
They should ask what your perception of something is. Like, that's what you're actually asking. What do you perceive to be a woman? Accurate. What do you perceive to be a man? It's all individually based. It's not something that anyone can like answer yes or no to. In terms of biology, yes, you can. Because if you say biological woman or man, it's a lot easier. You just go with science. And
right,
science
but there has to be like some kind of continuity between the fact that you just said biologically you're a woman. Okay, so you're a woman, right?
And does that mean that
it's like,
and your identity is not
your
biology?
Identity has nothing to do with that.
No.
So that's where you would say, if you were this gentleman doing the interview, would say, what is a woman or man to you? What do you perceive it to be in terms of identity and biology?
Right.
There. No fucking problem.
That's the nuanced conversation that needs to be just had with other humans about this topic. Right there. You just surmised it really well. You know, it's simple. It's not that complicated.
And we are not on either side of where those guys are, but that's where I think a lot of people see the different like they see the left and then they see the right, you know, like they see these two different far extreme from each other ideologies and understanding and perception, and they say, oh no, if you're left you're on that side, and if you're right you're on that side, and then the label is continual. But just like there's gender fluidity, like, you know what I mean? Like you could be fluid with where you are on any spectrum. None of us, you know what I mean? You can't point and say that everybody is at this point or everybody is here, because there's everything in life is a spectrum. And they're on, you know, either side of that. And I'm like over here going, yeah. And he talks about like the left, you know, is like this, Walsh does. And then, you know, I'm not sure about the professor, but like, you know, like he goes, oh, I'm going to go get the left and I'm going to have them answer these questions for me. And, you know, trying to set up something, and then they can't, they're on the street. They're just kind of looking at them like, well, I don't identify as that way. And like, it depends on their personal, like, you know, and it's like,
it's about perspective.
Neither side that I see from like, you know, like either extreme, I don't see people actually like really explaining and completely like articulating what they mean by what they're saying. Everything is so vague when it's so much more of a conversation, and they try to boil it down into being like something that you can
like bullet points,
40 seconds worth of, you know, of a clip, explain it, or, you know, and it doesn't work that way.
Life
no. Hey, Lucky.
Nothing.
Lucky. Yeah. I sent you a link in chat.
Okay.
It's breaking news, basically.
Oh no.
Regarding
going on
everything
with,
will go,
and it's too early to know. I can't find any. I can only find a couple articles on it right now. It's really new. It's pretty new news. I'm trying to find some. It'll probably take. I'll have to look into it tomorrow, but I can't find anything about
they passed the gun legislation in New York that they've been.
Yeah, I don't know if that is social media stuff, but the quote unquote strengthened red flag laws. So I imagine something in the social media, they're talking about the gun stuff, but they're not talking about the social media part of this gun package.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this definitely ties into what we were just talking about a little while ago too, with the gun and the. Remember, a gamer said the age should be 21. Well, then shouldn't you have to be 21 to sign up for the military? Then also.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And everything else, like if you're not mature enough to have a gun and safely have it as a citizen, then should you be able to make the decision to go and do that in the military or anywhere else?
Why not that too? Because the vehicle is very much a weapon as well.
Very dangerous.
Yep. I mean, how are you an adult at 18, but you can't have something until you're 21? Like that's not right. Like they're playing both sides here, and it's bullshit. Either you're an adult or you're not.
Yeah.
When are you an adult? And see, that's where we need to find the truth of things and actually get to the core issue of things, because we can't even define right now, when are you an adult? If you're an adult at 18, then why do you have to wait until you're 21? And why are you making it so they cannot possess?
You could be charged with a crime at 18 as an adult.
Yep.
In this country, anything that you do, you can be charged for, whatever law you break, you can be charged as an adult and will be.
Yeah, no,
doesn't matter if you're fucking 18 or 21. They might have a first timer thing that might get you a lesser charge or probation or something your first rip. You know what I mean? They have a lot of those programs. That's just to keep you in the system, get you on probation, get you paying in.
Yeah.
Get you on a fucking career of fucking up your probation and, in and out of jail. And that's their fucking racket, man. They've done that to like fucking generations of kids now.
Where did this fucking number come from? 21. Like, what's the science behind it?
So arbitrary.
Yes, exactly.
It's such an arbitrary number.
Where's that truth, Al? Where's the truth in 21?
Okay, so the thing about this shooter, right? He's got like hate crime charges on him, like fucking domestic terrorism charges and shit. We don't need any more fucking laws. He's got like 75 charges on him or some shit. It's crazy. I mean,
the laws are there.
He's a crazy bastard. The laws, what the fuck?
Okay, so first one, the strengthening of the red flag law. So that's to expand who can report you. They can expand it to like just people on the periphery of like that can report you.
Like your ex, like
nation of snitches.
Like healthcare professionals, police or something like that, or it's just people who are not like living with you.
Wow.
And okay, so when it comes to healthcare professionals, what about the people that don't go to a doctor? Like, you know what I mean? And they could just they don't have insurance, they don't go to a doctor, they don't have say they've had mental health and crazy stuff happen their whole life, but they don't go to a doctor, so they have no record of it.
So he'll get picked up.
So they wouldn't get picked up, you know what I mean? If they don't get picked up, there's people are gonna slide through that no matter what. Like,
true.
This is even, this is like prohibition level ignorance. Honestly.
It is.
Yes.
It is.
Like the fact that a plant is illegal, like mushrooms
or
are
not
illegal?
ignorance. It's on purpose, so it's not really ignorant,
no.
But,
okay,
on its face, it appears to be though, like
the micro stamping thing.
Oh, what the hell?
What?
That sounds normal.
Yeah. So that's
stamping.
Yeah, so this means that firearm manufacturers are going to have to make basically firearms special for New York.
What's it? The nanobots for your guns now?
This is a boondoggle. I mean, New York State is famous for their fucking boondoggles.
Yep. Yep. Get everybody gun stamp.
And we have like Remington Arms and stuff here, so
we have a ton. Connecticut is really the second smallest state, but we have like weapons manufacturers here. We have big pharma here. We have the big big insurance companies, the sports company, Traveler, like ESPN. We have Pfizer is huge here. Everyone works at like Electric Boat and Doncasters that make all the freaking bio weapon. Like, oh my god, like seriously. It is bad. Like everything is based upon all of this. Can you imagine what would happen if they stopped? Like, and it's where Sandy Hook happened. About an hour from us.
Yeah. So that's boondoggle, and then that's probably going to be more expensive, and it's going to limit even more how many people can own firearms.
And body armor for the
no body armor anymore.
Oh, so now you also can't have body armor to protect yourself.
Law enforcement or other professions.
That's
so as a citizen, you can no longer have a bulletproof vest.
It's illegal to purchase or sell. Yeah. So all that means is that there's going to be a black market.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, right now,
we're so close to the other states. Like people are going to,
Yeah,
they'll be coming to Connecticut and New Jersey. They'll be going.
We could take a lesson from the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians are taking the U.S. Stingers or whatever and selling them on the dark web.
Yeah, did you hear about that? They're selling the weapons for U.S. dollars on the dark web.
Keep sending money. Keep sending weapons.
I thought they needed it. Was it for the Canadian habit? My bad.
Well, they're selling them to the Russians because they have all the money. So
let's see.
What is happening? Blue unicorn French toast. What does that mean?
Require anyone looking to purchase an semi-automatic rifle.
Semi-automatic.
to obtain a license beforehand. So even if you're just looking for one, you have to get a license beforehand.
Oh.
Aren't most guns
looking to purchase? Like you have intent to possibly buy.
Hold on. Aren't most?
You can't even think about it. It's a thought crime. It's a thought crime to want a gun.
Hold up. Aren't most firearms, both handguns and rifles, most of them are semi-automatic now? So that basically means just about every rifle you need a license to purchase now.
Yeah, everybody's gonna have to get a license in New York. They're gonna fucking bank off of that.
And they're still trying to restrict handguns and stuff too. Just what they're doing with the licensing is fucking insane. Like they allow it, but they fuck around with it so much. Like it's really, really hard to get one around here.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
They used a handgun in one of these shootings. I don't even remember which one, but they used a handgun, and so
they're just gonna if they can't get the guns, they're going to 3D print the guns, and there's a black market. If every other state around them has them.
Oh no! Part of this gun legislation was, or part of the bill package. One of the bills was to ban ghost gun printing or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So okay.
They already went after that before.
Yeah. So like I said,
I'm sure there's still a black market.
Yeah. So like I said, this was a package of. It was a big package of separate bills. So I don't know if the entire thing got passed. I don't know if that was just what was passed. It's still really early. It's probably easier just to get it from more local news sources, more of the details, because the national news isn't portraying this right. No. Well, I mean, they're portraying certain things, they're talking about certain things of it, but they're not talking about the social media aspect of it, or the extremity of what's actually in these bills. They're oh, it's all this great gun control legislation, so we won't have any more mass shootings and blah blah blah, all that shit.
I mean, and then look at this, like even in this, right? Like we can name these places, right? We all know where Sandy Hook. We say Sandy Hook. Did I know the town Sandy Hook before Sandy? No. I live in this state and I didn't know Sandy Hook.
right?
And now you say Sandy
Hook,
and everybody knows it. You know, Parkland, like like Buffalo, New York. Yeah, like everyone probably, like most people probably heard of Buffalo.
Well, like nobody heard of Conklin until this.
Yeah.
Well, except for like if
it puts places like on the map. And like it's really weird because most people don't know where, like they don't know like the basics about this country. Immigrants. I worked with a lady at the shelter, and she was getting immigration status, and I remember she was studying everything like that and about U.S. history and all of this and that, and I'm like, I remember thinking, I mean, this was, oh my God, this was probably a good 10 years ago, but I remember thinking like, wow, like she probably knows more than most people. And I still, to this day, I have not changed my mind. I think she probably knows more than most people that are from this country about this country, because they have to learn so much.
Yep.
You know, but we know these places because why? Why does everybody know where Sandy Hook is? Like Sandy Hook is not somewhere like where, you know, it's not a capital. It's a little like rich town. You know, like it's weird.
Community. We prefer.
Yeah, Aurora, Colorado. Blame the media for that.
Aurora, sure.
Not so much, because there was actually a mass shooting in Binghamton years ago at an immigration office, and you don't hear
Binghamton,
like
New York.
Blurb.
What year was that? Do you remember?
Oh my God! Holy shit!
I think I remember that.
2000s, early 2010, 10s maybe.
Yeah.
But like there was like a blurb in like a day of news about it, and you didn't hear about it because it had to do with the shooting had to do with the immigration office, and it was a direct affront to the government. Basically, it was offensive to the government. You know. Yeah. So they didn't want to like advertise that one.
Don't want to hype that one up.
You know, like you remember the post office shootings in the 90s?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Where do you go on postal? Exactly. Like
go on postal. That's where it came from.
But this shit isn't anything new.
That's what I've been screaming. Is like this is not new.
Assault rifles were banned in the 90s. Like, come on.
It's part of history.
Like, and there were still a lot of shootings in this fucking
yeah, it's just crazy how and the times just exacerbate the already fucking sick part of fucking human nature, and because they've been enslaved and been fucking mined for their life force for fucking 600 years, and genocided at will by fucking rulers that could give two shits about anybody ever. And that's just how it is. And so that's why when I say, man's violent nature, it's because it's been honed like a fucking knife over the centuries, and the trauma just, it cuts fucking deep, and it just keeps coming back in different ways and manifests in, more and more obvious ways every day,
It's interesting timing, what with the Bilderberg meeting happening today to next week.
Yeah, that's right.
Can we go back to that? Because there's a list of stuff on the agenda that they're talking about.
Wait a minute. Wasn't the Buffalo shooting like the first or second day of Davos too?
I don't think so.
Or was it? No, it was a school shooting.
I don't remember.
Yeah, it was like the second day of Davos.
Yeah, let me just finish up with this real quick, but then we can go to that one.
Yeah, I kind of think this stuff is kind of.
But I saw this, and I was like, "Where was it?" We cannot be satisfied by New York's already tough. We cannot be satisfied by New York's already tough gun laws. Shooting after shooting makes it clear that they must be even stronger to keep New Yorkers safe.
Safe.
This comprehensive package will close loopholes, give law enforcement the tools they need to prevent easy access to guns, and stop the sale of dangerous weapons to 18-year-olds.
Yep.
I am grateful to Majority Leader, blah, 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 blah. But like, I was like, really? That 18-year-old is back in there as if like, you know, they're only trustworthy if you're sending them to war.
Like, that's what Hochul keeps on going about. You know, these kids, all these shootings have things in common. They're all 18. You know, they're all under 21. And
you have to be 21 to possess a handgun.
Yep. And it's really hard to get a license and stuff for one too. Or a permit.
But any kid can buy a fucking gun. You could buy a shotgun. Like your dad can buy you a shotgun.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah.
So that's fine. You know, everybody can still have a gun. So everybody just, you know, don't get the gun that they want you to fucking embed with the microchip. And
okay, hold on. Stop scrolling. Stop. Go back up to. Okay. So it says New York already requires people to be 21, blah, blah, blah. Younger people would still be allowed to have other types of rifles, shotguns, but the change in the law would restrict ownership of the type of fast-firing rifles. Fast-firing rifles. That, what does that mean?
Fast fire.
It's empty. It's just empty words.
That's
So
so
basically, they're requiring a license for all rifles because they're all semi-automatic now.
Yeah.
Except for like maybe bolt action, and who's buying a bolt action these days?
Bolt action shotgun is still, you know, that's pretty fast. I don't know, man. You can fire pretty fast if it works right.
You get it down. You can do stuff pretty fast. Like that's not gonna stop anybody.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, like,
I mean, it might slow down for seconds, but you know, when the police are barricaded up for 40 minutes, letting people shoot people. I mean, come on, you could have whatever you wanted in there. That amount of time, you could have a knife and do it. You could do it by physical force.
Hey, watch that knife stuff, okay? British people watch this show.
You know what I mean, though? Like that's not if they're not going to do anything, then they're not going to do anything.
Oof.
Guinness hears it.
Yeah, you said. Right. Tell him stop. Stop talking about knives.
I know. Don't talk about my knives that way.
I'm a knife aficionado.
I can see a Guinness meme now with knives and stuff like in the kitchen.
Yeah, I can actually see it. I can totally see it.
I can totally see that.
She's such a spaz.
Like I don't understand. Like Al pointed out earlier. Like why 21? What is the whole magic behind the number 21?
It's some kind of numerology.
For some kind of gematria shit.
Yeah.
Because it's not your frontal lobe is developed. That's not even fully developed until you're in your 30s.
It's because
no, it's about 24.
24.
Roughly 24 years old is when your brain becomes fully developed as an adult.
But isn't there a difference between the female and the male maturity rate or whatever?
Yeah, I think it actually kind of catches up in sometime in the mid-20s.
Do you notice that the gender difference too of these shootings that are happening?
Yeah, imagine that. I mean, the first school shooting was a girl, but
wait, do we even know what the first school shooting is? Because that would be so far removed from society. Like, basically,
back in the day, the first one that was like the media hype.
The publicized one.
Yeah, the publicized one. Was in the 70s or something, or 80, early 80s, late 70s.
Probably early 80s, 79 or something.
Almost every single one of them was a male.
Yep.
And what is pushed on our males within this society? They're pushed to, oh yeah, toughen up, grow some balls and shit like that. Like it's constantly they're constantly berated with this thing like, oh yeah, boys play with the guns and the girls play with, you know what I mean, the Barbies and shit, like the pink and the blue, and you know, like that. But it's
suck it up,
but
princess.
that is
that has a
how
whole different connotation now.
Yeah,
my high school coach used to say it.
But on the other hand, it's like gone to the but it's so extreme on both sides. I think a lot of men are very confused.
Yeah.
That's where they lie. They can't be. They feel like they can't be overly tough because then they'll be viewed as like a toxic male. But
well, look at the Johnny Depp thing. You know,
like soft, like
perfect.
A girly, effeminate male, and it's just like, and both sides are so extreme. It's very. I can see how that can be very confusing for men, and I can also see where men's opinions aren't valued.
Yeah, and I feel like that's a lot to do with it.
Because of those two extremes.
The mindset.
Those
two indoctrination, yeah.
And it all comes back to what? The same source. The same source is pounding this stuff in our head, and until we get to the truth and the bottom of what it really is, and really talk about these conversations and really figure things out, then we're just going to continue these cycles, and we're going to continue to have violence. We're going to continue to have shootings in our schools until
we're going to have more rammings now too. So like there's going to be a different kind of violence supplanting the other violence that gets taken away if it gets
also think about how much schools have changed over the past 30 years.
Amazing. Yeah.
So just from the time that I graduated high school in 98 to like say 2004, 2005, that's where I started really noticing a huge difference.
I never had a lockdown like procedure in school growing up. But Skyla, she's graduating in 2 weeks, and she's like, yeah, this, like we were talking about it today. She's like, yeah, people in other countries didn't have drills once a month for the possible shooting at your school. They don't know what that is. They don't understand. They make fun of us as Americans for doing what we do, for the gun violence, for all this. Like they make fun of us. Like she has friends that are and what is this? Oh my gosh, Scotland right now that she's been talking to, and she's had friends in the UK for years. She's like, they make fun of us, Mom, because we do this. They've never had a drill of a shooter in a school. They've never had that.
I was going to say that, Wesley, because Wesley said in the chat, I had hide under the desk nuclear bomb drills. Yes, back in the day, back in the parents' day, or grandparents, I don't know about these kids, but, they had to do these drills where they prevented, nuclear holocaust, which was insane. So
I graduated.
It's always been something.
I graduated in 1985. So right there from like all the way up to 1985, we still had nuclear drills. Like they were still Cold War fucking in your face. And that's the way it always was. But everything has changed so drastically. We didn't have any police. We had a truant officer that would follow us through the woods in his car and talk on his PA. He had like a CB. It would crank out into the woods, and all our stoners kids would be out in the woods smoking weed, and he'd be like, "All right, everybody, let's go up the hill. Let's make the home run, the homeroom bell, like fucking like every morning." And that was like the extent of the police presence in any sort of school situation that I experienced.
Up until my senior year of high school, we didn't have like any kind of officers or anything on the campus. Yeah. We had, I almost think it was the school librarian that came down. There was a sidewalk it was called the S curve. It went from the high school to the main route or the main street. And all the kids used to go down that to go to the youth center and stuff like that after school or, during lunch. And the librarian would go on down there to where the creek was, because that was where the school property ended.
Yeah.
And tell all his kids to come back to school. We're getting late. Like that was the extent of it.
Yeah.
And then we had some teachers that would like do their rounds around the edges of the parking lot, catch kids smoking weed, or they'd be smoking weed with the kids themselves.
Yes.
Like
we have that too.
Man, Oniana was just so many teachers did that.
Oh man. When I got to move from Florida to Connecticut and realized that, oh, it's just a bunch of stoner kids. This is awesome. You know, like the vice principal comes outside on a foggy day, like the first week I'm there, says, whoa, it smells really skunky out here today, fellas. And everybody just like murmurs and giggles and shit. And it's like the joints go out or whatever. And he's like the vice principal. He didn't give a fuck. He was just like, whatever. When the bell rings, come inside.
Oh my God.
I know I said this before, but they don't call it Stoniana for no reason.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Like people, like I've met people from like California and stuff like that. They're like, "Oh my God, Stoniana." I'm like, "What?"
Yeah, dude. There's mad heads out there, definitely.
Yeah, it's been like that. It's been known as that since like 70s, maybe the 60s.
Yep.
But yeah. As far as pot goes, it wasn't a big deal. I mean, every once in a while there'd be a drug bust of like one of the star football players selling weed in the high school, but
yep.
Yeah, I didn't have
well.
I don't remember like what year it was, but we got a security guy like at the high school, and I remember being like, this is weird. Like I couldn't like, you know, just go jump off in the woods and you know, smoke weed and then go back and, you know, because I kind of like if I went to school, then like I wasn't necessarily like at school in my classes. Sometimes I was just around the school, but
general vicinity,
you know, like kind of in and out or going to the classes that I wanted to go to and not go to the others.
It sounds a lot like my last year of high school. It was very, very similar. It was a lot of walking around in different places and not so much school oriented.
Yeah. Well, my point was though that I didn't have a security guard until like I was on, I think like my sophomore year. And like that was the first time we had anybody besides just like the teachers and the principal and everything like that at school. And so like that was like in the mid like 90s when that kind of like started.
Yeah,
and
the Kip Tinkle shooting, where
Yes.
he was like he killed his grandparents, and he was like I think he was like living in the house for like a week with his grandparents dead or something like that, and he like shoot up the whole school. He was severely mentally ill. Yep. He was psychotic.
I remember seeing that story and being freaked out on watching that on the news. Like, oh, what the fuck?
I want to say that happened in like 94 or 95.
Yeah.
I
think that's 94.
And then there was one around 97, 96. That's
I remember when Columbine happened. Like I was out out of school a couple of years when that happened.
There was a pre-9/11.
Yeah, how about that 9/11 thing? How about the fact that
listen to this, because we Steve and I had a thing like we caught somebody saying, what was it? Oh, it was in Stranger Things.
Yeah, so there
oh shit, no spoilers.
And they're referring to
they're not. This isn't really. This isn't a spoiler to it at all. But.
Yeah, not at all.
Okay.
It's they're referring to using the phone to call the paramedics or whatever, calling 911.
Yeah,
like,
it wasn't 911.
Ever called it 911. Everybody called it 9. It was Rescue 911 with William Shatner. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was always 911.
Decades-long fucking implantation of
like
911.
That's drilled into our head, and we started having this cold converse. Like we're watching that, and like just that's all we're gonna bring up. We're not gonna bring up any of the show. Spoilers, all that, but like it was really, I was like, yeah, that's really weird because until 9/11 happened, everything, it was always 911. It was drilled into your head as 911.
Well, to be fair, they do use some modern slang in that show that was never used in the 80s.
Yep.
I know, but just the fact that they use that as a term, that's a term that people use now after 9/11 happened.
Yeah, it's
that's a more common place for people to say that. Like,
it was weird enough to comment on it.
It was just it was like, yeah, that's weird. That indoctrination, and then after 9/11 happened, it became 9/11 instead of 9/11. A lot of times for reference purposes, like it was just like it was a weird thing that we caught, and we were just kind of like, wow, yeah, that's just even more of that whole indoctrination, and that's always a reference point. Right? Yeah. We have all these reference points. We have Sandy Hook as a reference point. We have Columbine as a reference point.
In your craw.
You know what I mean? Like, and it's and there's so many more that happen, but there's particular ones that they want us to focus on.
Yeah.
And it's just something to pay attention to. I don't have like a real conspiracy theory to go along with it, like, but it's just it's really
neurolinguistics and stuff.
Yeah. How about the idea that they've figured out how to manipulate people with, you know, magnetics and electrons, like really effectively over the last
I was watching something on that.
Like really effectively.
Yeah, we'll do a different show on that because.
But I was bringing it back to the Bilderberg because that's
good.
Really quite relevant to
the idea.
All right, are we done with this article? I just wanted to make sure that
no, that just happens. That's breaking news. Because since I was talking about it earlier, I had to talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Thank you for sharing that.
It's concerning.
Oh yeah, do you see this? Look. The National Rifle Association is also challenging Florida's ban on the sale of rifles and other firearms to adults under age 21. There it is again. Yeah. Which passed in the wake of a 2018 shooting that killed 17 students and staff at the high school in Parkland. See, another name that I know where
numbers in there. They've got to put the numbers every time for these things. Like they love numbers. It's so
May 11. Like it's just, I
don't get gematria, but it's interesting.
It is.
Angela, my sister and I were actually talking about that school shooting, the Mondays one in the song the other day. That's actually why it came to my brain, because my sister and I were just talking about it.
It's crazy though how much we get triggered from like one thing brings us into like this whole like rabbit hole of conversation because it all really is tied, and like we can show you like the natural connections that happen just as us, you know what I mean, as we get triggered through it. What?
Everything's connected, man.
It is.
Yeah.
We're all connected, bro. Check it out. The mushroom told me, man.
The mushrooms.
The mushroom fucking told me, bro.
That was exactly.
They're literally holding this in Washington, D.C. Look,
this is in Washington, D.C.,
which is after the Sussman trial. I'm sure that's not related at all.
That has nothing to do with it.
Came out like a couple of days ago, and it was not guilty.
And a shooting every day has nothing to do with it.
Look at the numbers here, okay? I'm not like, look, it's 120 from 21.
21.
I'm telling you that number.
21 countries.
Does anyone in the chat know gematria? What's 21? Anyway.
Oh, God.
Right?
Well, 2 plus 1 is 3.
That's what I was screaming.
I don't know.
Shelly, I'm like, 2 and 1 makes sense to me.
I know 21 has its own meaning to you, but I can't remember. Like I used to study all this stuff like decades ago.
37.
And I'm very rusty on it. I can't remember much.
Numerology.
So anyway, the topics
fascinatingly weird.
Yeah, Bilderberg
are the same topics like China, Russia. We're talking about them again. Geopolitical realignments. Interesting. NATO challenges.
How does general
Indo-Pacific realignment? We're realigning shit, but don't worry, it's not policy. It doesn't matter.
It's like going to the chiropractor.
I was just gonna say that. It's the chiropractor of the government.
Yes. Sino-U.S. tech competition.
You seem a little tense.
You seem a little tense. We just need to help you with Russia. Let me loosen up that Russia for you.
And 7 is continuity of government and the economy.
Yay!
That, right? Continuity of government, which is a fucking conspiracy theory that the government continues to do the same shit throughout every administration. Turns out that's true. How about that? So then we have the disruption of the global financial system. How fun! That's so fun.
That sounds
that's coming up. That we're discussing that
food
in
shortages.
Private. There's no one there.
Oh, super.
From the public.
Oh, look, disinformation.
And then disinformation right after that. Of course.
Number 9, disinformation.
You mean just not the information I want you to hear.
That's the fun topic they had to throw in.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
It's a shame we lost the board, but how are we going to build
this
it
is a
again?
killer lineup.
We're going to get it together again. We're getting the gang back together.
We're getting the band back together, man. We got to do it for disinformation, man. Disinformation, it went down. It went down. And we need to bring them back. Like,
the disinformation gang back together. The disinformation governance board. And then energy security and sustainability. I'm sure SDGs will come up there, Sustainable Development Goals from the UN. And then we have post-pandemic health. So where are we going now with that? Yeah. And then fragmentation of democratic societies. You know, what we do.
Fragmentation. I think that was like 40 years ago. I think it's crumbling.
Fragmentation. And then
we'll see what they say.
Deglobalization.
And there's the dingleberry.
There it is.
The dingleberry. The dingleberry at the
Last
end.
but not least, ladies and gentlemen.
The dingleberry you can't get rid of. It's called what? What's it called?
Ukraine.
Yeah, but it's at the very end because it's so important. So if you go up and see the participants page, we know that
this is a sick lineup, bro. It's as good as Bonnaroo. Easy.
The Manhattan Project. Nothing to worry about.
There's nothing. Yeah, exactly. Look, there's nothing to worry about. It's just the annual conference designed to foster dialogue between Europe and North America. You know, it's 120. Oh God, 120 to 140 political leaders and experts. Oh my gosh!
It's all about vibes and love, bro.
Put a video section on the website so I can watch it. Oh wait,
you're gonna love the scene, man.
World Economic Forum does that. That's their little little one that we get to
walking
watch.
Around.
I feel like we're gonna need to have like one of those brain map things and like tie the people.
Yeah.
Like we're gonna need to do this.
The CEO of Oprah is there. Hilarious.
What?
CEO of Oprah.
Where?
I'm definitely going this time.
Shell.
Sam Altman. Oh no! Oh, not Oprah. I can't see. I can't see. It's OpenAI. I apologize.
OpenAI. Well, close enough.
I literally could not see. It's me. That's on me. But anyway, we have
the staff writer for the Atlantic. I mean, you know,
Albert Bourla. Bourla. If you go down, chairman and CEO of Pfizer. Why would he be there?
Yep, I just had him highlighted.
Big time.
And
health
big time drug crime.
Shell.
And then
Goldman Sachs. I mean, come on.
Treasury Deputy Secretary Adwell.
Yes.
Why would these guys, all these non-government agencies, need to be together in one place?
The director of the CIA, William J. Burns. That sounds fun. Why would he be there?
What?
That's fun.
Wait, why is the Indo-Pacific of the White House
William
coordinator
Burns,
for the
U.S.
Well, who better to talk about the Indo-Pacific than the guy from
National Security Council?
Oh yeah, you get a lot of big wigs. What you got? You got a lot of.
They're not talking about anything important. No, don't worry about it.
Just Princeton research guy. You know, we'll be okay.
Research
guy
for what, though?
Springer, which is behind the hill.
Cybersecurity.
Yeah.
Willie Burns, man, he's the CIA
Ministry
director.
of the Armed Forces in France.
What the fuck?
This is the first time I've watched.
Director General of the Armed Forces.
Oh, here we got Professor of Political Science.
Oh.
Chrystia Freeland, who attends WEF meetings, is gonna come here. So she's the deputy prime minister.
That truth was just condescending and rude. Okay.
see some of these names like I know I should know some of them. I had to look through some of these people. Oh man.
The Secretary of State for Leveling Up, Cabinet Office. How do you level up? Tell me.
I don't know.
Like
Founder of Deep Mind. Is that like is that gonna be like our chips that go in our brain?
An AI thing, yeah.
Welcome to Deep Mind.
Yeah, I've seen that come up in some science articles.
Yep.
European policy analysis.
Wow, there are a lot of fucking.
Ooh, this is not
slimy people involved here.
This isn't good. Even if they are.
Chairman.
Oh wait. Are we seeing who this is? Who's this? Who's Kissinger?
Every single one.
But he went against
Henry.
He went against he went against him and
so give a little pushback, on the Russia thing.
He supplied he was running D. We call that running D.
Museum of Modern Art.
Yeah,
that disturbs me. Well, that reminds me of all the CIA shit in the 50s and 60s and stuff to combat communism. They started paying abstract artists and stuff like that to promote them, like Jackson Pollock and shit.
Do you see this one right here?
Facebook.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Big surprise.
I'm sure Cheryl's not invited anymore because she just stepped down. Or maybe she's going to have a different role, so maybe she will be invited. Let me see if she's here.
Sure.
No.
Volvo? Shopify? What would Shopify be doing there? Why would Shopify need to be there?
Well, they have a lot of they're hedge funds too.
Volvo
is huge automobile.
The Prime Minister of Finland sounds great.
Well, yeah. They're very hip down there. They're very chic. They had their own drug scene in the 60s. Did you know that? The CIA brought lots of acid and
The Economist.
They had
The Economist, the editor-in-chief. You can't.
And then the defense guy was up there on top too.
Yep.
Oh yeah. A lot of these names are very familiar.
So I have like this theory that I've only shared with Steve so far, but I have a theory about what's happening with what they're gonna put towards the kids because of all the school shootings and stuff like that. Like they're gonna need some kind of security there, right? So like the kids like have some kind of ID to be able to get into the building, right? Like, and kids, they lose everything. They just lose it. You know that they're going to lose it if they're little kids. I have this theory that they're going to try to get chips put in kids so that they can be identified to go into school and the building will only open for them in that way. And they're going to try to get the biometric stuff in them that way.
Well, yeah, because
and they're going to use the school shootings as part of it. Like that's the only way they're safe, and they can't, because kids will lose their ID, and if they lose it, someone else could get in.
Plus they don't want kids having cell phones in school either. So, what's the best solution? Put a microchip in their hand. That way, they can open the door just with a microchip.
So what do you think of my theory on that? I think that's what they're going to push for.
Oh, I'm sure of it.
I'm like this. They're gonna do this. They're gonna do this, and they're gonna be like. It's just like, they'll get it at birth, they'll get it at birth, and then we'll be able to keep all their biometric data. Don't steal what I'm saying. I mean, they already convinced parents to mutilate little boys' genitals as soon as they're born. I mean, why wouldn't they just put a little chip in them, just like they do that little grain of rice in your dog?
I mean, they do that in the pets already. Like they have that system in place that it's been normalized.
They won't know about it because they'll be too little to remember, and we'll be able to check it and make sure that it's all working. And
well, the pets was the test. It was the test to see how. I mean, part of the test was to find out if they were dangerous to put in people. And if you've been following the microchips and with vets and stuff over the years, a lot of vets are saying it causes like tumors and shit.
Oh, really?
Around the microchip. Sometimes they can cause tumors around the microchip and stuff.
But they don't even know what cell phones do to humans as well, like adults, like humans.
And I've known so many younger people that have gotten brain tumors, still getting brain tumors, and like people my age and younger. And this has been happening for years.
I think they're done making that noise. That was weird. That gave me like horror movie vibes with this guy, like, don't. I don't.
I mean, like, what? So, what do you guys think? Do you guys think that are you guys with me on my conspiracy theory? They're gonna try to chip our children.
Well, they've been conditioning
Kristen
us
Cinema.
for the past. They've been conditioning us for the past 25 years with this shit. Yeah. So of course they're gonna do it. They're gonna be like everybody, even people that have been wary about it for decades, are gonna be like, "Well, for the safety of the children."
Yep.
It's really crazy that like
there's not going to be much pushback on it if it's for the children.
Yeah,
they don't care about the vax either, because like the vax is totally fine for everybody, and don't worry about it.
Oh yeah,
we've waiting with bated breath for the vax to be available to the children and the babies.
Yeah.
So I really want to know what everyone thinks about that, and has anybody heard anything like that? Because I haven't heard anything like that at all, that I'm like consciously aware of or seen it. And I don't watch a lot of Hollywood, like type stuff, like but the chips that I think they're going to put in children, and they're going to use it for digital ID to the children first.
Oh, yeah. I feel like
and they're going to gear it towards them because they will lose things, and adults can be responsible, but the kids can't. They lose everything. They'll never lose it.
Conditioning us to put it in the kids first for a long time.
And then like the whole you won't if an Amber Alert happens, we'll just be able to scan the kids and know who belongs to who.
By the way, totally off topic, but they had an Amber Alert in the middle of court, or they said it was, like the court did, for the Johnny Depp trial, like in the closing arguments, and it was just like the most hilarious thing, because everybody, not hilarious because of the thing, but like that it was an Amber related thing that happened during the closing of Amber's team. It was kind of weird. It was kind of kismet that would be what was mentioned, which obviously is not what it ended up being. It was just that the court said that, but it was like a tornado warning thing. But it was so weird that
that is weird. Somebody must have trolled that. I mean, come on.
I feel like Judge Penny was being a little funny there. I think the judge was being a little funny, just for the heck of it. She's like, I don't care anymore. I'm so out.
I mean, come on. We're all like, I wouldn't be a judge, first off, because I wouldn't be good at that job.
They'll chip you when you're trying to be so good. They'll chip you just like they said they would. They'll chip you and then they'll try to go home. They'll chip you when you're there all alone.
So yeah, I'm curious as to anybody has heard anything about that with the kids, with microchipping the kids. I feel like that, like I foresee this happening, and I feel like it's gonna, I don't know where this whole like agenda 2030 is, but everything is 2030. It's the same numbers over and over again.
Actively right now to make it so that 5-year-olds get vaccinated somewhere.
Wait,
I just read.
What is this?
Under 5.
Oh, in
California.
Let me look up infection AI.
Well, they just.
I'm sure it's great.
Just said was it Biden or the press secretary or whoever was just saying that it's looking like they're going to have vaccines for kids under 5 approved soon. And and this is what happened in the beginning too. And with the boosters and everything, they hadn't approved it yet. And it was going through the process. And then they had it all over the news. The government was announcing that it was going to be approved. It should be approved. And like, it just primed the field. Like, no, it should have been denied. It should not have been approved.
Right, obviously.
But the media in the government primed it, so nobody would want it. Like, I don't know how to explain it. I don't know.
So it wouldn't come back on the manufacturer that they had fucked up or whatever. If it or the FDA would have the license to go ahead and go
FDA is in
forward.
league with them, by the way.
Of course.
Yeah,
That was
well, I know.
Well, yeah.
Submitted by Pfizer.
I just mean like the
CEO,
optics involved.
Bilderberg.
Yeah, it's the optics. It's like there was no
They don't care about
discussion
optics.
there was really no discussion of whether or not it was going to get approved.
Peter
It was
Thiel's
just
there
a
too.
given before it was even approved. Like there was no question about it. It was all planned. There was no data.
It's
Like
gonna be even faster
the
next
data
time.
was all fake. They didn't really provide anything. Like it was all. It was approved before it even started
That was
in
the
the
point.
trials.
It was supposed to be.
Yeah, it was
thing.
approved from the beginning.
Like the
Lightning
smallpox
Night, Wolf
vaccine
Dude.
is supposed to be for the monkeypox. Night. But I sent a chat link for the infection AI, which is to detect infection with AI.
Oh my god.
Lovely.
This scares me personally. Having an immunodeficiency.
It's just sketchy in general. Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
But like just like stuff that involves like quarantine shit like that and tracking illnesses and stuff, that kind of shit personally scares me the most because of all my health issues.
Mm-hmm. I can imagine.
Because like I'm the kind of person they'd be targeting. You know what I mean?
And
That's
also
it's scary. It's fucking scary.
Yeah, and they want to do that with with mental health patients for them to make sure that they take their meds and stuff like that. And it's like
that's scary too, man.
Yeah, they want to use it for those reasons.
But they want to start with mental health and expand it to people with chronic health conditions, and then they just want to expand it to everybody.
Mm-hmm. And this is proof. See, this is our articles from October 23rd, 2019. So you have proof that they were doing this shit. They roll out this shit before the pandemic happened. So they were kind of anticipating something that they would use this for, is what you would gather from that.
Nice
DTRA again. Look at that. Look at that. Look at Luke.
Weird.
Our favorite, DOD and DTRA.
Yeah.
DTRA.
We're involved. If you remember back to when we were talking about the pandemic, they were involved in the how do I say, the funding of EcoHealth Alliance. They funded EcoHealth Alliance, which was behind the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which was doing a lot of
Wait, you have to be careful because we're on YouTube.
So this is true. This is verifiable facts about it, that there was gain of function research that was done, that I am not linking to anything. I'm just saying it was done at that facility, which was funded by EcoHealth Alliance, which was funded by DOD DTRA contract, which I have already proven in my previous appearances.
Yeah, I'm just YouTube doesn't care about facts.
This is circling back to that.
They don't care about facts.
No, verifiable facts should not be something that we shy away from. But anyway, that's it.
Some things you have to with YouTube, but yes,
I don't. Well, truth is more important than censorship.
Who's true?
So that's saying that this highlights 18-month projects.
It's almost like they're preparing for something.
A predictive health monitoring aimed at developed an early warning signs algorithm to detect infection before an individual shows signs or symptoms. Jesus.
By the way, my DTRA episodes of my past show are still uploaded. They were never taken down, just so you know. So you guys can go watch that. Just look up, I don't know, DTRA L Latham. You'll find it. If you look up Twitter, like if you go on Twitter, you can find that episode. I also about it.
Wasn't there like a monkeypox or some kind of pox tabletop thing done recently?
Yeah, we talked about it on here. Yeah.
Yeah.
NTI, Nuclear Threat Initiative.
Man, I'm really curious, like if there was any exercises around like Buffalo or
what
to Buffalo or Texas or any any of those shootings recently. I mean, I haven't really seen any. I haven't really seen anybody mention anything about that.
No, we just do the pandemics episodes. Sorry, exercises and books and shit. Like,
no, I mean just as far as like shootings go, because usually it doesn't matter what the event is. There's always some kind of like exercise.
No, I'm sure they have those. We're not privy to them. They won't put that out there. They'll just put the pandemic stuff out there. I can't even say it without saying it. Anyway, so they put the other stuff out there, the infection exercises. They don't put the stuff about the shootings and the 9/11 type events and stuff in there.
Usually you can find news articles about, you can dig stuff up from the like local news about recent prep stuff, but
oh yeah, you can do drills. If you're talking about drills,
yeah, drills. I haven't seen any news about drills lately. There were
very many people that suggested on this website and others that one of the shootings that we have mentioned, I'm not going to mention which one, but you can figure it out, was an active drill situation. And again, that's just a conspiracy that was out there from a past event. I'm being as vague as fucking possible.
Yeah, I know. I get it.
I don't want a Sandy Hook situation.
Wink, wink.
Fucking Alex Jones shit going after us.
Yeah, and you don't know because people go after you for anything now.
But that doesn't even mean that there were real, casualties. It just means that they were playing at something.
Right.
Yeah,
that's it.
So
there's like
that likelihood just as much as I believe any other fucking thing I see on TV.
There's willfully letting something happen. There's willfully letting things happen, and there's also like planning things to happen. So like, there's a difference between all of it, and we are not privy to most of the information on that.
Because they had drills on 9/11 with like in the air, they had all kinds of stuff going on.
Able Danger.
I
think it was
not a possibility.
Was it Able Danger? Or was that the Osama bin Laden one?
Trending is What is a Woman? It's got 39.3K tweets.
Oh shit.
So that's got to be that documentary that we were talking about, which isn't available on like regular like platforms. I don't know.
It'll be more popular.
Barrel full of monkeypox. I haven't played that. Ghost Art. What? How do you do that? Is there a game board or some sort of carpeting device?
I'm like, watch anybody that has like a breakout or something like that, like zits or something, or gets like poison ivy.
I had a pimple on my arm last night. And she's like, "You got the monkeypox."
I was like, "People probably think you."
I'm like, "No, baby, I ain't got the monkeypox."
Oh, I have a funny thing in the private chat. If you saw LOL Nancy Pelosi update, it's a minute or so long. If you want to look at it.
Nancy.
We're like going off track there. It just reminded me about that.
Fucking shit's going off the rails.
No, we good.
I really jumped the track there.
You what?
It really jumped the track there.
I couldn't hear that.
I jumped the track.
Jumped the track.
What track? We make
there is no track.
Yeah,
it's just more of a dirt road.
I like have you not? I think you've watched these streams before. That's all I'm gonna say.
All right. So
this isn't our first rodeo.
Well, I make a lot of like weird connections in my brain, so
hey, that's how mine works. I don't think in a linear way,
Yeah,
my brain is broken off all the obvious points of contact in my own brain. I'm pretty sure.
This video is related,
out first,
by the way.
those ones don't light up.
Oh God. So is this a video of Nancy Pelosi?
Technically, but it's news bulletin, so it incorporates the gun thing.
Oh God.
But you'll see what I mean. Like,
okay.
There's a mention that she doesn't.
Oh my
like.
god,
Oh,
her
no.
face. This lady's face where it paused.
Oh,
It's interesting.
Hold
Her
on, let me
lips.
prepare
a lot of work
myself.
going on.
She would probably not like. Oh my gosh, they've got to be so unhappy with sometimes like what the looks that they get.
Yeah.
All right,
At
I'm
least
gonna-
she's got 2 lips.
I'm gonna mute us and then play this.
Inventor Day in San Francisco, talking to constituents. Among the events, a milestone moment in Chinatown's pandemic recovery. But the speaker continued to avoid any questions about her husband's weekend arrest in the wine country. Here's NBC Bay Area's Sergio Quintana.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi headlined the API Roundtable in Chinatown. This is the first time this group has met in person since the start of the pandemic. Questions from the group ranged from asking for funding to help businesses rebound from the pandemic to AAPI violence to gun control. She says she just filed legislation called Protecting Our Kids Act.
We just have to have background checks, raise the age, store them properly, all the things.
A bipartisan group of U.S. senators is also working on gun control measures in the wake of mass shootings in Uvalde, Texas, and Buffalo, New York. House Speaker Pelosi spent about an hour with the API group, then got whisked out of the back door by her staff and security detail. She did not answer any questions about any other issues, including her husband Paul Pelosi's weekend DUI arrest in Napa County. She also avoided reporters' questions at an earlier event in the Mission District of San Francisco. Over the weekend, her staff issued a statement that reads in part, "The speaker will not be commenting on this private matter that occurred while she was on the East Coast." Speaker Pelosi was giving a speech at Brown University Sunday. She was in the Mission to commemorate 125 years of service for the Mission Neighborhood Centers, one of the city's
All of the
oldest
things
social
except
service.
my husband's DUI arrest, right? Everything but that.
Everything but what you guys really want to know. And why are they so focused on the fact that she was out of state? What the fuck did he do? Like, what else are they covering up for? Because first off, they covered up for the fact that he hit somebody. They made it seem like it was just drunk driving. What else did he do? Was someone with him?
I also love that she's wearing a mask while holding this guy, like embracing him. I love those. I love those moments.
It's his assistant.
Makes sense to me.
Something happened. Like there's a reason why they're like, she wasn't even there.
For burn pits.
What?
Yeah.
Why would they even mention that? Like, why is that being brought up to clarify preemptively? They're like, we're going to give you this information on top of it.
Thinking of Nancy saying whisk, all I can hear is like the what's their name? The ones who make
the egg beaters, whisk.
All I can think of is like her, that drunken lisp, like that they put on her. She calls everybody peasants and shit.
Oh, the United Spot.
United Spot. Yeah, I could think of it.
Those guys are freaking hilarious. They're really inappropriate
that's all I can
sometimes.
hear in my head is the Nancy Pelosi from
I
there.
gotta check out more of this shit.
I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to agree with Dingo and as far as what they might have found.
Ooh,
a dead hooker or a live boy, and her husband's drunk.
Yeah, one or the other.
Or a dead girl in the
Possibly
closet,
both.
like somebody else.
I think that's something that when they're giving you extra information, but they're purposely avoiding the rest.
Yeah.
Why are they doing that?
Yeah, leaving out some key points. I think they didn't say a thing about the monkey.
Maybe that's what it was. He had a monkey.
Hey,
he had a monkey. They have a pet monkey.
He's a hominid.
That's where the monkeypox came from.
It could have been
monkey.
Pelosi. Damn you and your monkeypox husband.
Come on, we gotta do it for little.
Having gay monkey sex with the monkeypox.
Rub your knuckles for bird pits. I'm the only one who can do it.
Spanish sauce.
I'm doing it.
You're doing it, just not on camera. Faceless Nancy.
Dead hooker in the trunk.
There's a movie called Dead Hooker in a Trunk.
Yes. Yes, I've heard of that movie.
It's by I can't remember their names.
Is it based on a graphic novel? I think it's based on a graphic novel. Like,
I can't remember, but they also made American Mary.
Yes.
Oh, I love American Mary. But yeah, it's a movie.
So what do you guys?
Excellent premise.
Let's place our bets tonight for our conspiracy theories. What do you think? Is it someone in the trunk?
It's a dead intern in the closet.
I'm going with a dead hooker in a trunk.
Yeah.
With a candlestick.
Now, is it
or it could be something as harmless as running over a homeless person.
Now wait.
You know what I mean?
I have a follow up to that though. I need to know if it's a male or female, and how do you identify what gender they are?
Yes.
For sure.
I'd like to know your perspective on that, please.
Give me your
Biologically
perspective
and
on
physically
there.
and psychologically. Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Physically, psychologically, and
emotionally and
emotionally, how they feel
metaphysically,
about
for
it.
that matter. Come on.
Yeah. What is their
Give it all to me.
metaphysical gender?
That's how I'm going to address everyone who has to know about sexuality with me from now on.
We don't want to miss metaphysical gender people.
No, I don't want to harsh anybody's, anybody's woo-woo, trans woo-woo. I'm not going to be responsible for that kind of thing.
And we are not transphobic, just so everybody knows, like this isn't a transphobic thing. One of my best friends is trans.
Why do we have to say that? We don't have to justify it at all.
I'm just saying, I just want to make sure that I clarify that for anybody who watches this later on that might not know.
On a metaphysical level, I just wanted to be clear.
Wait, hold up. If I identify as a metaphysical gender, I can put an X in sex part on my ID now.
You could.
Well, what if X isn't right? X reminds me of scissors, and that's like a whole lesbian connotation. So maybe I don't like that. Maybe I'm offended by.
I'm just going to be honest and just say that sounds hot. I'm a metaphysical being. That's my sex. That's cool.
I'm a human. That's my sex. My gender.
Perfect. See, we've got it all worked out. If everybody could just have an open-minded discussion about these things, I think, the world could be a way less up its own ass world.
Yeah. I just think it's funny that,
somewhat
as X in New York State.
Yeah.
Like, on your license.
Yeah, that's fucking
crazy.
The
whole point of, having a sex on there is if you get arrested or some shit.
Sex is for people.
Or if something happens because they need to identify you, they're gonna need to know what sex you are.
That's what I was wondering. I go to Steve. I go, okay, so then what are they gonna call over their radio? You know what I mean? They're gonna say it's gender X.
That reminds me. Oh my gosh, I saw a movie.
Oh no.
A movie?
It's called Freaky. It was freaky. I talked about it on the podcast, but it was Freaky for Friday the 13th is what it was originally going to be called. But anyway, at one point in the movie, because they have a non-binary person playing I would assume a gay man because he says he's gay, and whatever. So anyway, and he's very inappropriate in the movie, the character. But anyway, at one point they're getting away in a car from some situation, not to give anything away. And the cops see that the car is gone, and they say they're in a shit heap, ha ha ha. And then they say it's one black female and white excited. They just said he was excited, and they didn't want to say the gender, and that was the joke. He's excited, he's just an excited person. That's the identifier.
My god.
Vince Vaughn is in the movie. He makes it worthwhile, but other than that,
seriously though, it's a weird thing that we don't.
Inflammation is the indicator.
We have to have an innie or an outie conversation. Is that what?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is this? I don't know.
We are gonna have a conversation with my friend Chris. He's gonna come on and we're going to have a full-on conversation about all the raw things about being trans and what it's like and what people within the trans community, like he's going to kind of like reach out to people in the trans community and see like what are the things that, you know, they get asked a lot or that they wish people would know, you know, all, you know, we're going to do some, we're going to have like an in-depth conversation about that.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that whole idea of like community, this community, that community, this community is just dividing people further.
It
in
is.
Media.
It
Like,
is.
media is doing that and putting these words out there that don't really mean anything, but they seem to mean something, like the Black community, the white, there's no white community, but like the Latino community. It's all the other. Have you noticed that? It's all the other people that are in the community, from the heterosexual, like white or
white is like an assumed. You know, like white is assumed.
White is an assumption, yeah.
It is an assumed thing, right? So it's like they have to say like it's all these other communities, but they never say white community because that makes it sound racist. But it's just assumed that it's all the other communities besides the white community. Like the white part is always assumed.
I think it's silly to even consider the fact. I think it's silly because people divide us by. Everybody divides everybody by the color of their skin instead of understanding that we are all human.
Or their ideology.
That's the fucking race, is the human race.
Yeah.
And color is not race. Color is color.
Yeah.
Race is race.
Well,
and that's something that like came up with like Steve and I were talking about this. I commented something about that on the Revolutionary Blackout Network. I commented something about how we are one race. We are the human race, but the amount of melatonin or where we are from is different. Like what part of the, you know, the world and how our, you know, like the amount of melatonin we have in our skin,
genetic traits.
And, you know, the different genetic traits that we have for the different adaptabilities of where we're from. But we are, hang on. But I was explaining that like we are one human race, just like there is a race, like it's like there's animals or there's cats or there's, you know, like everything is different.
There's species.
Yeah, like we're a specific species. And so it goes from there, we can identify further, but we're defining each other based upon like that's a black dog and it's a Rottweiler compared to the miniature pincher dog that looks, you know, I mean, very similar, but they're different, you know, they're completely different breeds. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah. I just wanted to say that, like, in terms of that, like the othering, they also put them in categories where they all have the same ideology in the zeitgeist. Like that's what you assume that LGBTQ community are all going to be on the same page on every topic, which is not the fucking truth.
Not at all.
All these people who believe the same thing, who are politically motivated in one way or another to be on Team Red or Team Blue, that's who you're looking at, and most of the time it's Team Blue in the zeitgeist. But you know, that's what they do, is they put them in the category, and then they're like, you can't stray away from, you know, being like this. This is what you have to be. That's what it is. They put them in categories and they tell them what they have to believe, and that's bullshit. And that's why we should all just try to be as individual as possible while being a part of the community as a whole, but also having our own, you know, mind and our own motivations. But that's my TED Talk for today.
Well, plus there's like the purity test for each individual group. It's like, oh, well, if you have any beliefs that are different, you're, say, like, just an example, you're a rhino, or you're not a real this or that, you know, like you could have like one opinion that's different, and then you're fake and you're not real, and like, you know,
like what they
like when they get other threats from the party. Like, well, you're that person, you know, you're from that group, but you know, they basically you know, kick you out, so you have like you're kind of on your own.
Like it's like you're expected, if you're trans, to hate comedy or to hate like Chappelle. Like
yeah, edgy
Dave
comedy
Chappelle.
is off limits.
Have a problem with Dave Chappelle because you're trans. That's not the case. Many trans people do like him.
Yeah,
I think
You
that's
guys know.
hilarious how people just try to lump everybody into one little group and that's it. Like, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like, we're all fucking humans. That's our race. We're a fucking human
Yes,
race.
the
We are a
meanwhile,
race of
virus
human
is
beings,
not.
right? We are that. But everybody's been
But
divided up.
People
by
are judged based upon
where they live and what color
other
they
things.
are.
We're not
More-
saying that racism doesn't exist, but
No.
in the context of what we're
I'm
saying
it's
is
just-
that
it's ridiculous and preposterous in the first place.
it's the wrong terminology that's being used in the way to divide us. You know what I mean? It makes people subhuman because you're like, it's like taking away the fact that we are all humans, and it's just a matter
It's just a
of
way
where
for
we
them
are
to-
from than where our ancestry is from. You know, it erases all of that.
There's no such thing as race. I went to school for anthropology, and one of the first things you'll learn in biological anthropology is there's no such thing as race. All it is just different genetic variations, adapted over time. Where weather, climate, sea level, flora, fauna in certain geographical regions, like all of that plays a part in how people from different regions look and how they adapt to their environment.
Right.
It all is this environmental adaptation. That's all it is. There's no such thing as race.
That's what I think too.
Human beings invented race.
Well,
and that is that's like one of the first things you learn.
It's harder to hear you now, oddly enough.
Really?
Yeah,
Isn't that
was
weird? It's almost like you're being silenced for speaking against something that's universally accepted.
There you go.
There
you go.
You can hear me now?
Yeah.
I did absolutely nothing.
That's
Oh, it's weird. Maybe your hand is close to where. Like, did you move? Like, is your phone?
No, I
are you
haven't moved
holding
my
it?
phone or anything.
Huh?
That's
weird.
weird.
Yeah.
It's just the agents. Don't
But
worry
it
about
was
it.
but it was only when I was talking about anthropology, right?
Right.
Oh, that's fucking weird.
Yeah, we can talk about Bilderberg all we want, but fucking talking about the fucking origins of humans, that's off limits. God. Okay.
Yep.
I mean, like, it's really weird. Yeah.
You got to go to Stanford for that. Okay, they'll break it down for you.
And like, there's like, and the fact is that you can be so much percentage of this or that, and you can identify with I have Scandinavian lineage, and I have lineage, I have Irish lineage, and I have Native American lineage, and I can say I have all these lineages, and I can gravitate onto them and hold on to them as if that's who I am. But honestly, I think, I don't form my identity based upon that. I identify as a human, and you know what I mean? And like for the most part, we're mostly all just mutts. Like, we are so intermixed, and we're just
also mixed with other hominids too.
Yeah.
So we're not even
we're jumbled up.
really human if you really think about it.
We're jumbled up with all kinds of things. And
Yeah,
it
we
seems
are.
like we used to be way more attached, and there used to be less species types, and evolution has just provided and all the challenges and stuff of evolutionary change have taken place and forced us to be this way.
Well,
which is like somewhat like this other group of mammals, or somewhat like that. You know what I mean?
Well, you
Like,
think about it, you
the
don't want to
adaptation
be,
thing.
you want to have a mix within your, you know what I mean? If you had all of the same, what happens like with other animals? If you breed them too close in their bloodlines too much, what happens? You end up with more birth defects and things like that. This is a natural evolution that we're all just, you know what I mean? Like it's we are going to become more like, one broader race. You know, like we are all related in this in the scheme of it. You know,
definitely.
So what you're talking about is almost like a bottleneck, a genetic bottleneck, where the population of a species will get so low that they all start mating with each other, and it eventually changes the outcome of genetics. It changes the actual species over time, having a genetic bottleneck. You're saying, and then there's thought that there was a lot more different types of humans, and then there was a genetic bottleneck, and we might have been more diverse at one point, and.
Yeah, we're getting closer and closer to be, and then now with everything that's happened, and a lot of we'll just put it
genociding over the years of certain racial, ethnic groups of people. You know what I mean? Trying to eliminate one sect or another. It's like it makes you think that there were many different types of humans, different knowledge bases, different sciences and things that are lost.
And instead of learning about it, people want to hate on it. It's like, it's like that goes back to that whole thing of like, oh, too cool for school. And like, oh, if you were the smart kid, you were picked on. Ha ha. It's like, that's so ass backwards. It's so ass backwards.
When I was a kid, like when I was in grade school, I was 100% obsessed with ancient Egypt. Like when I was in second or third grade, my mom got me a Metropolitan Museum of Art stamp set, and then I taught myself how to read and write hieroglyphics, and I did all my reports on like ancient Egypt and stuff. And anyway, but
oh my god, maybe you can read this pendant that I have. I don't know what it says. It's got hieroglyphics.
But it's being the weird kid, because I was really into all these ancient cultures, and I was
that's amazing though. Like
I knew the whole pantheon of gods and the mythologies and stuff by the time I graduated grade school. But I mean, and I like to draw, and I was this weird kid, but I got bullied pretty bad for all that.
For not.
Maybe that's why the Illuminati is trying to recruit you now, because they know about your background.
What was that?
Maybe that's why the Illuminati is trying to recruit you now, because they know about your background.
Oh my god.
I was trying to get a joke in. I'm sorry.
Nicely
Can't pass up a joke.
So there's a funny story behind that.
It's an inside joke, guys.
It's a funny story. Well, somebody made me part of the Illuminati, started following me on Twitter. But it was like 6 or maybe 5 or 6 years ago when I had my old Facebook account before they disabled it. There was this period of time where I was getting like friend requests from some like real bizarre. People claiming to be in the Illuminati, and like
I got one of those recently.
And there was like a lost child in there or something like that. This is fucking weird. so like every time something like this happens, I joke around. I'm like, oh my god, the Illuminati's trying to recruit me again. Because this happened before.
Oh my god,
she knows the numbers. She knows how to read them.
Telling you, man, it's all interconnected.
Bro, the mushroom told me, man.
People can call me conspiracy theorist all they want. Thank you. Yes, I conspire with more than one person, and we have theories about things. How is that something you don't want to do? How is that something you don't want to do? You don't like critical thinking?
Oh, you radical.
Like,
with each other.
I like to think outside the box. I like to put ideas and have hypotheses out there, and find the answers to things, and it's a big mystery, and we don't have the truth unless we dig for it and we find it and we talk about it.
I thought that was the episode,
and we settle it.
That was this episode. You're gonna settle on the truth.
I don't know. We're not going to settle all the truths in one night.
Damn
Absolutely not.
Oh god, no.
We might agree on something.
Not universal truth.
We can't agree on anything. Are you kidding me? It's fantastic.
Universally, like
I love the fact that we can all discuss
it. That is an agreement.
That's right.
Agree
Quit using my logic against me.
Everything is a paradox until proven otherwise.
Charlie Brown has
Allegedly.
it. I've always thought this. He goes, I bet the aliens whose ant farm is Earth call us something entirely different. Just saying. I've always thought that like we're like the Horton Here's a Who. We're like the Speck. You know, like we're the little Who's like, ah!
They can't really see us. They just kind of hear us if they wear the headphones.
Cirrus, are you part Ewok? Do you know that I have the Ewok movie?
What?
I have the Ewok movie. Do you know the Ewok movie? Steve did not know about the Ewok movie. And no, you will never let that down.
At the end,
I remember it.
Steve did not know about the fucking
Ewoks
Ewok
in
movie.
class when they put on a video. I don't know what video it was though.
Man, the Ewoks are sadly often overlooked.
They are.
I know
Just,
Mac and me. I've watched that.
The Ewoks were the only thing I liked about the Star Wars movies, man.
Damn.
I have Spaceballs too. We have that on DVD.
I love
Spaceballs.
Spaceballs.
They're the best balls. I mean, the best.
The best balls.
The best balls.
On Star Wars.
We have the best balls of them all.
We
I
like
love
we
the
have like
meta.
actual. Will it show up? DVDs.
Nope.
What?
You gotta put it in front of your face.
Yeah.
Oh, you got
Yeah.
Dark Crystal? Oh shit.
I've never seen that.
I have an issue of the Dark Crystal comic book.
Nice.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's really cool.
Yeah, I've got some pretty cool ones. I'll have to take photos of them and put them on Twitter or something.
Yeah, that's really cool.
That's
I
Yeah,
hear
there was
about
a
that, but I've
comic
never
book.
seen it.
Yeah, there was like a comic book shop that was having a sale at the garage days or garage sale days in Oneonta one year. And I was like, oh my god, these are all the ones that I wanted when I was a kid. And then there's like some metal comic. Can't remember the name of it. But yeah, I got a couple issues of those. One was the Anthrax. They're pretty funny.
nice.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Miguel wants to remind us that anything we say can and will be used against you, unless it's all alleged satire.
Obviously.
Yeah, everything's satire here.
My
We're
whole
all-
Everything's
entire life
alleged.
is satire.
Goes without saying.
They don't trust us. What do we do? Go do your own research. We'll just point you in the direction.
Our insurance
I'm not a
companies don't pay
biologist.
for our fucking.
We're not biologists. We're not doctors. We're not biologists. We are just, we're just on a podcast
We're just a
sharing
bunch of stoners on a podcast talking about stuff.
We might not
and
even be human. We might be aliens.
We can't even agree on that.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
never got my anthropology degree, so I guess I can't claim anything either.
Damn it, Shelley. Son of a
You are our only hope.
stupid educations.
Oh. Well,
I know.
I had a lot of my anthropology credits,
What-
and then my backstory on, but I couldn't. I had a hard time with the general gen ed courses. That was my problem.
Yeah.
Like I had a hard time getting through them, but the anthropology classes I did really well in. I was actually photography was actually putting in my Caribbean studies. My professor's textbook on Caribbean folklore. It's got
Nice.
a picture of me showing my tattoo and stuff in the book. Yeah,
I have to pee. We pee together on
I
this
did
show.
really well in those classes, though.
I'm gonna go pee.
All right.
All right, I'm in
Entirely
charge.
too much information, but okay.
Shelly and I are in charge now.
Oh God,
Yep.
Okay,
I can't even be in
Because,
charge of my own life.
I will say like the Star Wars thing because Popeye said he didn't like Star Wars or whatever. He didn't care about. The first time I saw Star Wars, it was the Star Wars, and it was with a family, and
Star
it was
Wars,
at
Star
night. It was like 11 o'clock or some shit. So I fell asleep during it. So I don't really know how it ended, but I just saw Empire Strikes Back for the first time, so I think I'm on board. I mean, I think I understand where we are now. But I also watched the prequels before that, so it's very confusing. Because I watched The Phantom Menace, not in the theaters, thankfully.
That would be very confusing. You probably have no idea what the hell's going on now.
No, I remember I watched The Revenge of the Sith. That's the only one other than that one that I remember of that time. And then I also watched the Rogue One, which I did not enjoy in terms of like plot at all, because I was like, what was the point of any of that? If you've seen it, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a point. There was a point, but it wasn't the point I wanted. Like, I didn't care about the point that was made. But anyway, that was a waste of time. And then they had The Force Awakens, and I watched that. So that's the last thing I saw that was Star Wars related. Force Awakens in the theater.
So you've seen them all, like you've seen like in reverse, basically.
I've seen them out of order because I was a child. So I didn't see anything in order.
Kind of. But yeah, the first movie, if you fell asleep before the end, you kind of got gypped.
I guess the Death Star thing happened at some point.
Well, that's kind of what do you call that? It's kind of a spoiler there. That's a crescendo moment, I think is the proper term. I don't know.
Anyway, that was the 1977.
Anyway, fuck George Lucas and his stupid little fucking Star Wars bullshit. Everyone knows. Everyone knows the best science fiction is The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
You know, I've never seen that.
Oh my God, it's so yeah. Have you read any of those books? You got to read the books.
The book is better.
Oh my God.
I have no idea. I can't
Best.
remember if I did.
Best.
I guess we have homework.
I might have read it in high school, but there's a lot of books I read in school.
Sorry, I spoiled Star Wars for the people who haven't.
Spoiler alert for Star Wars. For everybody who doesn't know about the Death Star exploding, we're very sorry.
Ricky Rand has a Death Star microphone.
My brother was obsessed with Star Wars and all that. He saw all the movies in the theater. He had all the action figures and the ships and stuff.
I did too.
From like the late 70s. Then my nephew picked up his obsession. Yeah,
I was like,
crammed down my throat growing up.
I was like 10.
Oh yeah,
when that movie came out, and was like, damn, this is the coolest fucking shit I've ever seen.
Where's
and
Ricky?
It was at that moment, when you're 10. Kiss, the band Kiss, impressed the fuck out of me the first time I saw them.
Why
but
isn't Kiss cute?
again, I was 10. So.
Well, yeah. You're gonna like that shit better when you're 10.
Well, yeah, it's comic books, man. It's just straight up comic books in your face.
Steve,
huh?
Steve, this is about you.
What happened?
Did you see on the screen? Are you looking at the screen?
Science and Hitchhiker's Guide, where they talk about World War II camouflage, was really tried in World War II. Yeah.
No.
Barkeep, 6 pints of bitter and make it fast.
No, I have it on the screen. Do you not see the screen?
I can't see anything.
Oh my
God. Speaking of collectibles, Ricky Rance has his own garbage pail.
No, you're good. No, Steve. Remember Garbage Pail Kids?
I love Garbage Pail Kids.
Okay, we want a Garbage Pail Kid of Ricky Rance. We need you to make that of Ricky Rance.
Oh.
And I just came up with an idea. I think we need to have like Garbage Pail Kid like shirts for all of us.
That would be good.
I never really knew that one.
That would be funny.
You don't know what Garbage Pail Kids are?
Because
I've heard of it in the zeitgeist, but I've never really understood.
Oh my God.
But
it's a very 90s specific.
No, I remember the Cabbage Patch Kids. That's what I grew up with. Thank you very much.
I have a Cabbage Patch Kid from when I was a kid. I have my glowworm too.
Oh my God, I loved glowworms.
Mine was the baby one, and then the light isn't in it anymore. I still have it. And it's the but it had the zipper in the back where like the light was supposed to go in and house it. That's where I allegedly stashed some fun things.
I had all the gem dolls. I even had the gem doll with the light up earrings with a switch in the back. I still have them somewhere. I even have Rio with his luxurious hair.
I
wasn't painted on like Ken's.
I have a paper doll thing. I think of Gem.
I watched the show Gem. That's it. And then
I still have the tape with the theme song on it that I got with the Jen doll, and I still have the makeup bag, the Jen makeup bag that came with her.
Oh my gosh!
I still have all the
fire.
Here we go.
Oh,
Here's some Garbage Pail Kids.
I also had all the Magic dolls too.
Ew! Look at this one. Yeah. It looks like you could do. It looks like a. Ew! It's not monkeypox. It's supposed to be zips. Or yeah.
Monkeypox.
It's got the monkeypox.
It's pandemic number 2.
Oh my god! We need to. Oh my gosh, guys! If we make Garbage Pail Kid stuff, we gotta have some Garbage Pail, like our own thing.
So was this like the opposite of the Cabbage Patch Kids? I don't know anything.
Yes, I think so.
After?
Yeah.
I don't know.
This is after, as far as I know. Oh look!
Hey, do you remember Popples?
Yes.
I had a Popples.
I had a Popple. There's a Donald Trump one, guys.
Oh my god.
Why? No. Stop. Donald Dump.
Donald Trump. We have some Garbage Pail Kids like stickers somewhere.
You could just stick Joe Biden in there next, and
you absolutely could, like Joe Sniffy.
Yeah, I think we need to have some Garbage Pail Kids. Look, there we go.
What in the world?
Exploring Norman.
They made a movie about this. I know that there's a movie, and I'm not gonna watch it unless you.
You're gonna want to now.
If you dare me to watch it, I'll watch it. But like,
now you're gonna wonder.
Like, I need somebody to tell me to watch it because I'm not gonna watch it on my own.
Look! Oh my God! Look, here's a Las.
Wants me to watch it. Tell me to watch it. That's all.
Look, here's a Las
see
Vegas.
Some democracy in the chat.
Las Vegas. Is this the one that we need to get for the guy for pasta?
Hey,
it's Las Vegas. They have all the big Elvises over there.
You could easily fucking put Pasta's face on.
Oh my God! Can we do that?
That would be.
Did you see where they're stopping all Elvis weddings in Las Vegas because of some copyright shit or whatever?
Yep. No.
Oh yeah, ASCAP BMI is up there.
It's
not Hillary Clinton. Or is it just the?
It's like what's the point of getting married in Vegas now?
What?
Like, why do you go to Vegas to get married?
Yeah, you go to a little chapel and have Elvis sing fucking "Love Me Tender" and shit.
Oh my God!
Here
like, we go. Here's the perfect one, guys. The atom bomb.
Oh yeah.
Oy.
So on brand. Ew! There's a fucking thumbnail from the movie. I think. Ew. Creepy.
Oh my God! I forgot there was a movie.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if people want me to watch
Dr. Demento
this movie.
did rock Gray Walker. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I don't think I saw that movie because I'm pretty sure that would have been nightmare fuel for me.
Ringling Brothers is still a circus.
I knew there was a movie. I just completely
but no
forgot
animals.
about it.
It's disturbing. The head.
Can Ringling Brothers have be a circus and still have no animals? They just treat people badly enough to put on an entertaining show. I don't know how does that work.
Treat the humans like you used to treat the animals.
Right. Well, that's what they do already, mostly. So they're good at that. I don't know.
Just keep treating the humans that way. The animals get a pass.
Animals don't have to go on tour anymore. They're like, nope.
Yes, there's a movie, and
because you don't want a fucking lion getting a hold of an AK-47, man. Shooting up the fucking
allegedly. We are not saying we're doing anything.
I am not endorsing lions shooting automatic weapons ever. Maybe
maybe
it's self-defense.
The lions shouldn't do that to the humans either.
It's true.
Yeah,
no one can be violent ever.
Ringling Brothers. I actually went to. Remember when Gunther Gable Williams?
Yes, I went to that same circus, dude. Like one of those same circuses, like one of those runs.
When he went on his first goodbye retirement tour.
Yes, standing on his horse.
I went.
I saw him the tour before that, like probably a decade before that or something, like with the same routine basically that he did at the end. He just added more shit.
But yeah, he went on a goodbye tour, and like a few years later, he's like, "No, I'm not retired anymore."
Psych. It's like the Eagles. Like
they just all do that. They all do that. It's a ploy.
We're breaking
No, we're just coming back out.
Rolling Stones. Guess what?
I think this happened in like the late 80s, early 90s or something.
Yeah.
I was a kid.
That's wild because I was a little kid when we saw them. It was probably 1979, like the same time as Star Wars, the same fucking era anyway, within a year or two.
Yeah.
And
oh my gosh, Great Walker.
Providence Civic Center. It was Ringling Brothers. I'm sure we could.
I forgot to say that my mother told me that the last time that she was in a movie theater watching a movie was in 1977 watching Star Wars. That was the last
Really?
time. Yes.
Wow.
That's what she told me.
I saw Jaws in the movie theater too that same summer.
Mother, are you lying? I don't know. But
so Jaws is a really special thing for me. I had to do a whole thing on my dad.
Ew, Jaws. Like, I wish everything wasn't tainted by Spielberg. He's so fucking annoying. I hate everything about him.
Yes.
But
he's kind of like Bill Gates of the movie world.
He really is. He funds a lot of them too, and you find out, you're like, God damn it! I was hoping that his creepy ass wasn't involved.
Did you see this comment? Did you see this comment? Gray Walker's comment.
Casey Kasem.
I remember Casey.
Welcome back to Burger Top 40.
In Atlanta, he did a top thing on Atlanta radio.
And then he did the TV show. What the fuck was the TV show?
He did American Bandstand forever.
Yep.
Yeah.
After after Dick.
And he was Shaggy. Ooh.
Yes, and he was Shaggy.
Casey
and Scooby.
Shaggy.
Shaggy.
Shagadelic, baby.
That always makes me laugh. Not so much when Mike Myers says it, but when fucking Dave says it, it's fucking funny as fuck. Where do you live? By the beach. I don't know. Down by the beach.
We cover it all here.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. It's a kind of an interwoven thing with random film references and literary references and talk about real horrible things that happen in the world.
Same little.
and you know, try to have fun with it.
Sir,
that was the fair Casey Kasem. The long distance dedication.
I've never been to a circus except on TV.
Sirius said if we want to go to see a circus, we go to DC.
Right?
Thank you.
And they're there right now at the Bilderberg meeting.
The Bilderberg.
And boom, circle right
120 participants.
Yeah, because it's that one. It's that 1, 2, 2, 1.
I was in a show called The Cape, which was a circus episode. And I was a circus goer in that, and I could not understand it. And I had to really get into character as an extra, but I was like really not feeling it. And then a thing happened that was really scary, and we had to like all like file out. It was interesting. I got paid enough, but I was like,
did you see what Charlie put?
Weird. That's cool.
He is asking if the Bronx Zoo is that where they held a man kidnapped from an African nation as a zoological display. Do they do that there at the Bronx Zoo? Does anyone know?
I ain't surprised.
I seem to remember a story, something like that. Like, was the person as a zoological display kidnapped from? No, I don't know. Was that like really long time ago? Like 70 years ago, 80 years ago? Like, that's a really long time.
Harambe?
I can't remember. That's really cool, gamer. You saw wild horses in Dayton, Nevada while visiting a friend's dad. Wild horses. That sounds fucking cool.
Wild horses.
Yeah, so it was
childhood living.
It was early 1900s or something like that. I think it was the zoo that had the African person as an exhibit.
Yes.
Yeah, it was something crazy like that.
Yes. I seem to remember fucking reading some fucking really horrible
zoo for sure.
Facts about
assholes.
Incredibly racist things that have happened in this country. Like you know, day before yesterday was Juneteenth, right?
Think of all the medieval shit that they like. inflicted on people, like
many horrible deaths
on human beings,
on just humans, other people that were,
accused of things, probably not even like guilty most of the time. But
I mean,
and the weird ways they would kill people as the punishment.
Well, a lot of
witch trials.
A lot of those methods of torture, like the Iron Maiden and shit, didn't actually exist. Like, they didn't actually use those for torture. They were just like mythologized.
Right.
Oh yeah, I'm not even.
Yeah,
fetishized probably.
Propaganda.
The ones that were actually used. Yeah.
Fetishized and propaganda.
Like a dog or a snake or something.
They definitely torture people, but a lot, some of these medieval torture devices and stuff like that were just totally fake, and I think it was just like to scare people even more during the Spanish Inquisition.
I mean, there's always been fear porn, but they also did public executions. We know that happened back.
Well, yeah, I mean,
today you can go see someone get executed today.
Sure.
If you want to.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, it was a family event back in the day. Shit, people used to do picnics and watch public hangings.
Because what's more family friendly than people dying?
Right. I mean, this was like a thing into the early 1900s that people still did it.
Yeah.
And they go to state prisons on execution day just to watch people fucking hang.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sit on a hill,
morbid fascination
on a hill above it, and having a picnic. Bring your date there. I mean, people were fucking nuts.
Your date. I brought my fiance to the hanging. She said that I never heard nobody.
Wes said, "Hey, there's no TV."
Die so nicely. I said, what?
Exactly.
Wes said, "Hey, there was no TV."
There was no TV. What else are you supposed to do?
Is there any way someone can someone grab me the link that Riley put in the chat? Can you grab that, and would you be able to put it in private chat for me? Because I'm not on YouTube.
You can do it on the chat. In the chat, you can copy and paste here.
No, I can't. I can't get it on StreamYard.
No, I can. I don't know why I can't. You can. But I can do it. I just
because I have the controls to display the questions and the comments and stuff like that. I can't do it.
Oh, it's different for you. I get it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm the admin on it, so
I didn't know how that
I can't
worked.
grab it. I was like, I can't grab it. I could have to.
Oh yeah. Just
copy it all
your
over.
Admin, and I get it if you say admin. I understand. Makes sense. Dick Clark was a good show, but was a real dick.
Did you get that link?
Yes.
Okay. I accidentally hit the X. Close myself out again.
Oh, am I gonna be allowed to watch? Am I gonna be allowed to play this?
Wait, what is it?
Casey Kasem.
I think so.
Oh, copyright shit? Maybe. If it's music, it's probably not a good idea.
If it's Casey Kasem freaking out, it shouldn't be a problem.
Okay. We're gonna go for it.
I mean, if it's popular music, I should say. I don't think they care about independent music.
Well, here, this is what I'm gonna do first. I'm gonna hang on. I'm gonna take us off the screen for just a second, guys. Bring us back. Bring this back.
I was wondering what you were doing.
Yeah, I'm just putting fair use up on the screen.
Some kind of voodoo.
All right, I'm gonna mute us, and then I'm gonna play this.
Now, we're up to our long-distance dedication. And this one is about kids and pets and a situation that we can all understand, whether we have kids or pets or neither. It's from a man in Cincinnati, Ohio. And here's what he writes. This may seem to be a strange dedication request, but I'm quite sincere, and it'll mean a lot if you play it. Recently, there was a death in our family. He was a little dog named Snuggles, but he was most certainly a part of... Let's start again. From coming out of the record. Play the record, okay? Please. See, when you come out of those up-tempo goddamn numbers, man, it's impossible to make those transitions. And then you got to go into somebody dying. You know, they do this to me all the time. I don't know what the hell they do it for, but goddamn it, if we can't come out of a slow record, I don't understand it. Is Don on the phone? Okay, I want a goddamn concerted effort to come out of a record that isn't a fucking up-tempo record every time I do a goddamn death dedication. Now, make it, and I also want to know what happened to the pictures I was supposed to see this week. Just last goddamn time, I want somebody to use his fucking brain to not come out of a goddamn record that is that's up tempo, and I got to talk about a fucking dog dying.
Up tempo dog death.
Oh, goodness!
Oh my god! I've heard that one before, but it's been a really long time.
That was great. Thank you, Riley.
That was good.
Casey was pissed, man.
I was expecting
you guys. Every time I'm trying to have a dog death, there's a long distance dedication for the dog. Is that okay, you guys?
I put in the chat.
Concerted effort.
We'll do it live. Like it's giving me those vibes. But he's not as much of a dick.
Fuck you! I yield my time. Suck my dick.
Suck my dick and choke on it. Because I identify as a man.
Hey, easy, killer.
Okay, now.
Hey.
Okay.
Hey.
Sorry. Fucking silly motherfuckers. That's some funny stuff, though. Thank you for sharing that, Riley, because we need more giggles like that.
Yeah, I laugh about everything these days, so.
Me too. I laugh at things that are definitely not funny, though.
Yeah, like things that are not funny. Like, because how else do you cope with it? Like,
people like, are you just laughing from a nervous reaction to the news you heard? No, I'm not. I'm laughing about the irony about you fucking laughing about the fucking news that you just heard.
Dude, well, the news is like everything is so upside down these days. You gotta laugh at everything because nothing seems fucking real.
No, it's all fucking twisted.
And it's probably not, ironically.
Or yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. Like everything, it just seems planned. Everything.
Yes.
It
can make you turn into a tin hat fucking nut. Yeah.
I don't care. I'll be a tin hat fucking nut. If that keeps me safe and keeps my brain thinking and like questioning everything, call me a fucking tinfoil hat nut conspiracy theorist. Okay.
It's like
what now? What else you got?
The second I'm complacent and stop questioning everything, fucking
if I don't
ready
question
for my vaccine,
things.
okay?
Because I question everything. Like I am stubborn. I am challenging. I've always been that way. And like, I've never been one to just comply with anything. Like
just fucking comply.
And I've gotten some shit for it. I've gotten my ass beat for it. Like as a kid, I got in a lot of fucking trouble being who I am. You know? But I didn't like battle my whole life to get to now to, you know, where I'm gonna be 42 in July. I am not stopping now. I'm not 42. Going back. Yeah.
All right.
I'll be 420. No.
Oh, 42. That's the answer. We brought it back.
The answer to 21 plus 21.
The answer is 42.
I'm gonna be Wait, hold on.
21 plus 21 is 42. Exactly.
Wait, Shelly's gonna look at the numerology.
Oh, no. I'm gonna be
Shelly.
I'm gonna be 42 on Tuesday. Tuesday. 42.
Tuesday.
God damn. Is my birthday on a Tuesday, Steve?
It's synchronicity.
Can I say Tuesday too?
Can you?
So, okay, here's something else that's funny. My birthday is June 7th, 1980, which when you put it down in numbers is 6780, and if you take away the 0, it's 678.
Wow.
Super easy to remember.
Oh, you're doing that weird math, birthday math. My kids are born.
My birthday is going to be on a Thursday this year.
I also share a birthday with Prince.
7/7/2005.
My birthday is a Sunday.
I tried to bring that up.
It's a
Your
Sunday.
birthday is what?
It's a Sunday this year.
Sunday.
It's the day after the Medicare for All March, which is July 30th down in DC.
Oh, that'll be eventful.
Yes.
You know what's really sad about all these marches and stuff is that the people that are most passionate about it are the ones that can't go to the rallies and shit, the protests. Because we're either too disabled or too poor or both.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
really
nothing gets done because we can't. We physically cannot go to these things. I know a lot of people want to, but
I want to really bad, and I really, really want to go. And I'm like, I want to have my. If I had the money to back up, and I knew that my van was okay, then we can sleep in the van. That my van has a built-in platform for a bed in the very back. I can live in my van if I needed to, but I would need. I can't just like go down there and fly down there and do it. I have to be able to go in my own van to go because of my disability. Because like I can set it up as my little house and I would have it and I have my handicap tag and you know what I mean? I'd have it's like my mobile little house. I could do that if I knew that my van could get down there to DC and I would be okay. Then I would be perfect. I would love to be able to go. It's not a matter of the drive there. You know what I mean? Like I can sleep in rest stops. Like the bed in the back is like super comfortable. It's like I made it really comfortable. I can live in the van, but it's a matter of I need to fix my van and get work done on it, and will that be okay? And that's a really far distance to go. It's because it's about what DC. It would probably take us what were we thinking?
It's a little further than like where we went from Foxborough to where the Mets play baseball there by the river.
Well, I've driven the van down to like Maryland and stuff like that before. Like my sister, lives down there. It's just a matter of feeling confident and having everything ready and being able to go. It's a lot of miles. I have AAA, but they only bring you so far. So yeah. It's just a matter of really that. If I can take my own vehicle, I would be perfectly fine. I don't even need.
We would be more active. Absolutely.
Yeah. Getting my van up and going would be the biggest thing that would get us out, being able to do more activism because it's like my own, I can set it up as my own little like house on wheels.
Well, I haven't even had
a van down by the river.
Yes.
I wouldn't mind doing that.
Sorry, I had to bring it up.
I haven't even owned a car since 2006, I think. I haven't had access to a car since 2016. And my spine has collapsed.
Yep.
Yeah. And I know how that is.
Yeah, my nerves are crushed and I have to walk everywhere. My SI joints are all fucked up. I have scoliosis now.
I have scoliosis in my back too.
And then I've got the Ehlers-Danlos on top of it, the hypermobile joints and all the joint problems and arthritis and immunodeficiency. It's like
Skyla has that with her joints. Like they hyperextend and like she's like double jointed and like her fingers and stuff. Like her knees will bother her, but it's
just
because
make sure she's careful. Because
make sure what?
Make sure she's careful, like intentionally hyperextending your joints is gonna give you more problems down the road. I know.
Yeah, she doesn't do it on purpose. But...
Okay. Yeah, well, I know this from like personal experience.
I haven't driven.
You haven't driven?
I haven't driven since 2002, I think.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Yeah. I was... No, wait. That's not right. Okay. It was like 2008 or something like that. I don't know exactly what year it was, but it was after I moved out from when I got almost killed by my brother. And then I moved out to live with my father and then was abused verbally and emotionally by him. And then I ended up, which I talk about a little bit in the podcast, but then I moved, then I started driving for the first time with him in Georgia. So I've only driven in 2 places, and that's North Carolina and Georgia. And then I had never driven again after I moved to California. And I did the written exam so that I could get a learner's permit or, ID, California ID. I ended up settling for a California ID because I couldn't get the learner's permit. God damn. This is taking a long time to remember. But I couldn't get the learner's permit because I didn't have enough skill and knowledge writing, even doing the written. So I never did a driving exam, and I never did complete and pass the written. And I was at the time like, oh, Britney Spears can drive, but I can't, and Lindsay Lohan. But anyway, I didn't get to drive ever in California in my entire life. So I've lived in California, oddly enough, the longest I've lived anywhere. I've never lived anywhere longer than 10 years because I lived in Georgia for 10 years. And then I moved to another place in Georgia with my mother for 5 years. And then I moved out of there for 5 years when I moved to North Carolina. And then I moved from North Carolina to Georgia for 5 years. It's just weird how it's always like 10, 5, 5, 5. And then it ended up being, now I'm here and I've been here since 2009, and you can do the math, but that's over 10 years. So, I'm coming up on an anniversary. Well, actually, anniversary I just passed, actually. May 26th or 28th, I don't even know, of 2009 was when I came here. And so I'm officially a resident. I've been a resident, but I've been here longer than anywhere else in my life. And that's super weird to know. But that's where I went with that whole thing. So,
yeah, I lived in Oneonta my whole life up until December 2019. I moved here like 2.5 months before everything locked down. So I'm still learning about my town because everything's still trying to get back to normal. But yeah, I lived in one spot my whole life until recently.
So 13 years I've been here, so that's good luck, I'm sure. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm from Washington State, and I've lived Louisiana, like New Orleans, Rhode Island, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut. I moved back to the West Coast, moved back to Connecticut, and lived all over in Connecticut. And then now I've been in this place that I'm in now, the apartment. I've lived here, I think we're going on 13 years or something. I think I'd have to.
Hey, same.
Wow.
Will it be 13 this week? Or is it 12? 12 or 13. I have to do the math. But yeah, like it's the longest I've ever lived in one place my entire life. I know same exact apartment and everything.
Yeah, the same apartment. Yeah. I've lived in this apartment since 2012, so that's 10 years, basically.
Yeah, I think it was 2010.
Every time I have plans to move, something happened. Like I was gonna go to Pratt Institute because I got accepted there for fashion design, but it was like $50,000 a year or something like that. And then I ended up dropping out of art school to prepare for that because of health reasons. So, and then I had like everything but like $1,000 saved up to move to like New Orleans area. and then I fell and hurt my back. And I had to use that money after I got fired for hurting my back, basically. And then like there was this like all these things I was supposed to move at all these times. But the funny thing is, like when I hurt my back, and I was just about to move to Louisiana, Katrina hit about the same time that I would have been moving down there.
Wow.
Yeah, and I would have been, if I had finished out my art school, because I had actually gone to art school in Utica with a 3-in-1 program with Pratt Institute. So in my senior year in college, I would have been, what do I want to say, interning in the fashion district at 9/11.
Wow.
So there's some weird things.
That's some cosmic shit.
Yeah, but it's always a health issue, and it's just like I got all these health issues piling up.
Imagine how many more you could have though had you been on the fucking fashion district when all them clouds of fucking toxic shit are raining down.
I knew somebody that went there as a firefighter, as a rescue firefighter after it happened. She never this is my ex, she never smoked a day in her freaking life, and she had black lung because of that. She never smoked anything, like just really like very straight edge, and like from the damage of being down there. Like,
okay, so let me go back to my story about Jill Janis. Well, her real name's Jill Janis, the one that had DID and committed suicide. So the night before 9/11, she was DJing in the club on the top of one of the World Trade Centers, one of the Twin Towers, like on top of the world or something like that it was called. Yeah. She was actually in Playboy for being a topless DJ. That was her shtick. She started that whole thing. Wow. But for like 2 weeks after 9/11, I was freaking out. Like I was really worried she might have been one of the people that got killed. But yeah.
Wow. Yeah. I was in Connecticut. I flew out to the West Coast to see my dad in Washington when 9/11 happened. And then I had to fly. I was supposed to fly like a couple days, like right after 9/11. And so, but before I went there, like I think it was like a week and a half. 10 days is always what I always like keep in my mind, was like it was like 10 days before I had a dream of exactly what happened for 9/11. I told my friend and I told other people, and I thought, oh, it's just me being paranoid, because I'm flying cross country in like a week and a half. And then I'm out, I flew and everything was fine. And I'm sitting in my dad's living room. After he saw after the first plane hit, he like was watching the news and like came and woke me up, and it's like 6 o'clock in the freaking morning there, really early. And then I'm watching this happen. All the phones were down on the East Coast, and I'm like, oh my God, I have to fly home. I'm supposed to fly on like the 13th or something. And like I had to push back my flight because everything was utter chaos, but I had to fly back home right after that happened, and that was so scary, especially after having the dream of it and then seeing it happen. And I was like, oh shit, like it was
well, I had friends that were like going to college in New York City and shit too. So I was freaking out for like 2 weeks because the cell phone towers were down for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
In New York City.
Yep.
Oh yeah. I remember I was on the West Coast trying to call even like my mom. She was in Virginia at the time, so like I'm trying to call and I'm like, I can't, I'm just getting busy signal. And not a lot of people had cell phones then, but I had a cell phone, and like actually I maintained it. And well, down that then, I had it was like a freaking Sprint phone or something, but like people didn't have cell phones, but I was kind of transient because it was before I had Skyla, and I was young. So Yeah, I was like one of the first, like, you know, I kept a cell phone, and I remember paying like $100 and something for like basically no minutes. But that was, you know, the only way that I had for people to get a hold of me. I didn't have a house phone. You know, I rented a finished room in a friend's attic. So, you know, it was crazy though. Crazy.
Yeah, it's that day is like burned into my memory.
Yeah.
But you know, that's why they do it. That's why they fucking do it.
Yeah.
Mass trauma. It's easier to control people with mass trauma.
And then they bring something up on like a movie where they just go 911 and or instead of 911 they say 911 and it
ding.
How many people did that
is
trigger?
more of a British thing than an an American thing that I've seen.
What?
Go ahead. That they say 911 sometimes. That they would say 911 back in the day, but I don't think they would do that now. In a thing.
No, but it was just a way. It wasn't really what they said it in the timeline of the show. It was the fact that they said it like that, and then it triggered us to immediately both go 9/11. Like that trigger part is just like, wow, how many people are they doing that with, and what kind of like MK Ultra shit is happening?
Oh yeah, it's definitely programming.
That whole thing is nostalgia and also propaganda. Like
trigger every time they do it, they trigger traumatic events, which makes it easier to keep control over the populace. Because every time we trigger that, it's like a fight or flight response. It's you know, it just triggers all this like
and emotion.
Yeah, this is 21 years.
Emotion, so you don't question anything.
21 years. Everything's 2-1.
This is 21 years since 9/11.
21 again. It's 21 all over again. I gotta look up 21 gematria.
Go again.
I'm sure that dude Zach would know about it because he's like always talking about gematria.
Weird.
Yeah, we are constantly bombarded with it, and it's like it's like if we're paying attention and we see the patterns and we notice these patterns and we can point them out, I think that is something that they don't want us to do. They don't want us to talk about these things and actually critically analyze it and try to get some answers as to what's happening, because then we'll figure shit out.
Okay, I found like words that equal 21 value. Like, I just don't know how the fuck to do this. I don't know how to do this. I'm just gonna look for stuff.
I don't know how
I'll
this
see
operates.
if I find anything here.
Yeah, there was a lot of first responders from my town, my hometown, and just the general area that went down like immediately as soon as like I think it was like the first or second plane hit. Firefighters from Oneonta were, going down to the city.
Oh yeah, I was gonna go be part of the canteen for Salvation Army, because the friend that I rented that room from, he did the canteen stuff for the Salvation Army.
Well, I remember.
So I was gonna go down there and be down at Ground Zero, and I didn't. It all ended up like falling through, or we didn't end up going, or whatever.
Well, I heard a lot. I remember hearing a lot like vets who were first responders saying that it was worse than any war, and like I don't know of a single first responder that went down there that doesn't have some major mental problems these days. Because they were like right in the thick of it. They were like going down into everything and like trying to rescue people and trying to find bodies and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of them were there for like 2 weeks, a month, 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just traumatized as fuck.
Yeah. Like I was saying, like I had an ex that did that, and like then they go down there every year and they do the run thing or whatever that they
just
do.
burn it in and burn it in and burn it in
and they have like a whole like cultist like. Do you remember like all the stickers that would be on the back of like everybody's everybody that had like the big old trucks? They would all have the 9/11 stickers.
Oh my god! So I ran a new age store.
Why does that not surprise me?
I ran a New Age store and head shop for a couple of years, and I was running it on 9/11, and then when we finally, because my boss closed for like 2 weeks or something like that, because he had family he had like a cousin that was like he couldn't get in touch with in DC or something, but that worked for the government. I can't remember the whole story, but when we opened back up, we had those stupid fucking terrorist hunting badges.
Or like in the playing cards.
Yeah.
No, they looked like hunting badges.
Yeah,
like hunting licenses. But instead of hunting, it was for terrorist hunting.
Yeah.
I was thinking they did that with they had playing cards that had all of their faces on it that they would give to the soldiers that were over.
Yeah, these were like bumper stickers or something, but it was like,
and
it said like terrorist hunting license or something like that, state of New York. Anyway, I was like utterly disgusted that my boss did that. Fucking disgusted. And like horrible. I liked the guy and I was just really disgusted about it, but I was also like sticking up for Muslims and being called a sympathist for terrorists and stuff, and I'm like, no, this is just, well, plus I was also saying like we had no right to be in Afghanistan and shit like that, because we already knew where Osama bin Laden was because the CIA had been watching him there, because I actually paid attention to the fucking news.
Also, yeah,
like, I knew all this stuff before 9/11.
Saw him. They interviewed him in 1999.
I was like, why are we going to war if we already know his location and we already have CIA agents on the ground there? Why don't they just send in an assassination team and just take them out?
We have news teams on the ground with him. What the fuck are you talking about?
1999.
Yeah.
And I knew something was sketchy when they immediately after the first plane hit was like, oh, it's Saddam Hussein.
97, sorry.
And I was heavily involved in activism in high school, and one of it was I was heavily involved with was anti-sanctions because of all the awful things that sanctions were doing to Iraq. Yeah. So I knew everything about Iraq, and as soon as they said Saddam Hussein, I was like, that's bullshit. I'm like, they're pinning it on him because they want to take him out. Like, I knew it as soon as it was on the TV.
That's crazy.
It's good that you saw it then. A lot of people didn't. And
most people didn't.
I remember at that time I was like just struggling to survive being, young. And then so right after that happened is when I got in the car accident that changed my entire life, and it caused me to have 2 back surgeries and everything, a lot of the things that I deal with. So like I was 21 after that happened, and that happened in September, and then it was October.
There it is again.
Oh, I was 21 when 9/11 happened too.
Yeah, we were the same.
I was not. I was young.
Yeah, we were both. Yeah, we were the same age. Yep. So yeah, I remember, and it was October of that year. It was right after that I was in the car accident that, like, and then suddenly I was like, struggling. I had to have back surgery and work and all that. So I remember it being like really, really overwhelming. And like, I had so much going on with my own health that I didn't even like it was like survival mode. You know what I mean? Like I was on my own. I've been on my own since I was 16, like I didn't have parents like, helping me out. I was on my own.
I was hit in October of the year that I was in my life-changing incident. I don't want to say it was an accident because I don't think it was, but there was no legal suit or anything, so I guess it would be called that. But they hit me on October 6th. Mine was October 6th. I don't know when yours was.
Oh gosh, I think it was late. It was later in that month, but it was in the month of October of 2021.
I'll never forget because I put it on a stone that I got. I got like the stone from the beach in Malibu when I scouted there for a location. Didn't end up choosing it, thankfully, because why would it would be such a difficulty to get there again. But anyway, I went to Malibu once, Malibu Beach, and I got a stone there, like from the beach, and then I kept it. And then when I got hit, I immediately put the date on it so I would never forget. Never forget, you know, 9/11. But like, anyway, I would never forget anyway because it was in 2014. So it was 10/6/2014, whatever that means. And so it's there. I have a stone. I can show it. Hold on. Let me get it. So you know what I'm talking about. It's hidden away. Where is it here?
I have a piece of the roof somewhere of the day that I had my second back surgery. It was on leap year.
No, actually, I put the date of when I got the rock. Never mind. That's irrelevant. But I remember what it is because I have paperwork and shit. But like, I have like the contract still, the retainer contract. I have everything, like all the law stuff, the legal papers, the what is it called? Attorney stuff that I kept over the years. And then I have the hospital. I had the hospital bracelet for a long while. And then the information from the hospital, I kept that for a little while, but then I threw that away. And then I just threw away the recent head trauma information that I got from the hospital in my last incident, which was in the same spot. So anyway, that was not as good a story as I thought, because it turned out that I put the date of when I got the stone on the stone, which makes more sense, honestly. So that was a fail on my part. But anyway, back to 9/11. I was in high school. It was a cool day in North Carolina. And my teacher went mad. And I think I told this story many times. He went mad. He was very, very anti whatever. And he has also almost failed me. Fuck the guy. But like, anyway, his son was way better because he was the chemistry teacher and he was just way easier to deal with. But his father was a total asshole. And when it happened and we were watching it on the TV, as you do in class, when it was happening, he was talking about afterwards, like how we're all going to be screwed, and not screwed, but like we're all going to have to hide, and you know, it's going to be war on our soil and blah, blah, blah. And they're going to come for us, the terrorists and everything. It was just a whole big thing that if it happened now, probably would get him into a lot of trouble. But since it was a crazy day in history, I guess they gave him a pass, or nobody said anything about it because we were too shocked and traumatized to mention it. And we were just watching people like throw themselves off a building into the, you know, smoke and dying. And it was just like, it was so surreal when it happened. And then it was just like the same angle on every station and everything. It was just so like put out there where
it was just
they had all
pounded into our head.
They put all the information there in the reports. We had Donald Trump talking about the explosion that people saw, who were working in his building that he was having.
Oh yeah.
So it was just weird how all these like people end up coming back. And then of course our wonderful president today voted for the war, just like everybody else, and Hillary Clinton as well. And I remember shock and awe starting, and me looking at the TV when they like cut in and showed the bombing in Iraq, and I'm like, what the hell? And I'm like young, but I'm like, are you kidding me right now? Because
I knew some people that were actually sent into Iraq in the first wave. So Iraq war really fucked with people, especially early on.
Vietnam Part 2. It really was. Yeah, Gulf War Part 2, I should say, because it was like a sequel.
I've heard some really gnarly stories from Iraq.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. One time I talked to somebody. When I had sent Combo Couch, this was like at the beginning of the pandemic when I was making masks. I sent them a bunch of masks, and the box that I sent them ended up like going missing, and like, oh my gosh, it gotten lost and all this. But I ended up talking to this vet, and I was on hold for like an hour, and he was actually from Pasadena, California, and he told me that, like, you know, we ended up talking about like everything. Like, I'm talking, like, we talked about my childhood, like, to like oh my gosh, Steve, how long were we on the phone for? Like an hour or something? Like,
Best goddamn operator.
He was amazing. He was absolutely amazing. I wrote notes down after talking to him too. He was a vet, and he was like, you know, the things that I asked him, you know, how he felt about, you know, like what he knows now. He's like, I found out things in documentaries that we were part of in that war, and because it's so compartmentalized in the military even and stuff, like they don't even all know all the parts of what, you know, I mean, of what's happening. So because it's so compartmentalized, he's like, I wouldn't have done what I did. Like it's wrong. What, you know, like what I was a part of over there. Cause we talked about, Desert Storm, because when I was a kid, I was a military brat, and I was on Governor's Island in New York when when soldiers were coming home from Desert Storm, and when Desert Storm happened, I lived on the island, and it was really, really intense. It was really, really intense. I remember being scared as a kid because all of the dumpsters on the island had to be like clustered together in case of bombs. Like, you know, like we lived in that fear. And then when the soldiers came home, they you know, they had to go through the island. A lot of them went through the island to get checked up to make sure that they were okay, and they were just my heroes. Like, they were absolutely my heroes. I got their autographs. They gave me like cereal boxes, like that were signed, and like, you know, that they would sign, or that like were like a Trix cereal box that had like the Arabic, you know, like the writing in it and everything like that. I don't have them anymore. They got lost when I was a kid. But like, you know, I had a free lemonade stand where I gave out lemonade to the soldiers that, you know what I mean, were coming through. Those were my heroes. They were the ones that kept me safe. Like, yeah.
I blame Hollywood.
That was the way I grew up. It was in my face. That was my life.
Yeah,
you know,
they just teach nationalism at, you know,
yes,
teach you to idolize those people.
Well, during the Gulf War, when I was in grade school, we would write letters and, you know, make like Christmas cards and stuff to send to the soldiers.
Yeah, and then imagine living on an island. It's only military. Yeah. Like, it was bad.
And I mean, sometimes we got letters back too, and it really, I mean, I hate war. I'm very anti-war, but even to this day, it was important for some of them to get just letters and cards from kids, because it was just,
well, what they felt like, what they were doing, you know, like if they believed in what the propaganda told them, then yeah, that kept them going.
I think that's the thing, is like, you know, you can comfort a person, like, and it doesn't matter what kind of situation they might be in. That person can be comforted if, you know, you can extend a kindness. And you guys were doing nothing but showing childlike kindness by doing that. But you know,
we were played.
It definitely has a place. I'm sure it's integral. It's always happened. You know what I mean? As long as there's been soldiers, there's been little kids writing to them. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
That's how it works.
And then kids blown up by them.
And there's kids blown up. Exactly. It's a disgusting fucking machinery. But I understand that, you know what I mean? Kindness and compassion can be shared even in something so fucking dark and gross.
Yeah.
You know, it does exist.
But we can have that compassion, that kindness for each other and with each other without the violence. We don't have to have a tragedy in our community to come together and be part of each other's community. We don't need that tragedy first. That's not a prerequisite for us being a community. You know, like we don't have to have something tragic that happens. We can just say
there's enough that's already
we're just going to be a community, you know, like we just need community. I know, but like it comes back to everything always being reactionary in you know, in the United States, is from what my observation is that everything's reactionary. Oh, trauma happened, now we can, you know what I mean? No, it's like we can have a community without having that, like, you know, any more trauma. We don't need any more. We have had plenty. We don't need any more. Like,
I was gonna say, like, when you were saying about the veteran, I think I told this story before, so I'll really distill it. That I met a veteran on the bus one time, and it was pre-2016 is all I know, and pre-crash, so it had to be like 2013 or so. But this gentleman was like saying all this stuff about how he, like, they didn't really kill bin Laden, you know, those conspiracies or whatever. He was saying, yeah, it didn't happen the way that they said, and it wasn't SEAL Team 6 and all this stuff, and he like accepted responsibility for it. And he was also talking about Clinton Foundation. Like, he would just open up. He would just talk about shit. He was just talking about whatever. And he talked about like Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis and how he's a pervert and stuff, and was saying stuff about him, you know, trying to get with her when she was a child on the show. That's what he's showing stuff. Like all kinds of stuff he was talking about, and how he was grooming her. And then he ends up being like connected to the CIA and through the sex trafficking, you know, prevention program, Thorn, that he has with the government. That's interesting. So I don't know, I was just learning a lot from him. I was like, Clinton Foundation, what is this? And like he was talking all about it, and I was like, later on when I found out about the Clinton Foundation, all the corruption and stuff, I was like, oh yeah, that guy, he told me about that on Vine. That one day.
I thought some oddball conversations with strangers too.
Fucking random
I
shit.
never found out about the Osama bin Laden stuff. I put in the private chat the videos, the interview with Osama from 1997.
Oh shit!
CNN. Yeah,
exactly.
CNN,
Gray Walker. I think that's
97 years before the fucking first bombing that was attributed to him. Remember, 99 years before that.
Yeah, we need to watch that.
Okay.
Oh, it's I remember showing it to my psychologist. Sorry, and he was like, "What?" And I'm just like showing him the whole clip at the session.
See, I'm not crazy. I got proof.
And he was like, "Are you kidding me? This actually happened." I'm like, "Yes, of course." And he expressed that he wanted to wage jihad on America in that interview. So it's super surprising 2 years later when the World Trade Center bombing happened, and then eventually 9/11 after that. That was super surprising for the U.S. government.
Weird.
Which, if CNN knew where he was, totally knew where he was.
Did you guys hear that all the SEALs were that killed bin Laden died in a helicopter crash?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, weird. That kind of, you know, kind of makes me wonder about that guy's
That
story.
doesn't validate anything, does it?
If he was correct in that, that was psyop or something.
You know what was funny? Like, I think one of the first times that Mr. Wilson came on the stream, he was like, "Yeah, I'm from the country where Obama, you know, Osama bin Laden hit out in Pakistan." Like he referred to that.
He embraced it.
I remember that.
He was.
I wanted to bring up this video.
Muslim
Go
hate,
ahead.
you know, because he's a good Christian boy anyway.
Allegedly, we do not. No, we're not saying nothing.
I'm not saying nothing.
Okay, this is not hate speech. It is. We are looking at it for in educational purposes.
Educational.
We will not
fair use
express
value.
any views that are hate-filled towards any community, including the American government. And
these views do not represent our own.
I love
these
his
are not
hair.
our views. He is a terrorist and he's dead. Let's move
That is
on.
a wicked nice machine
We're
gun.
archaeologists.
I'm just saying. I'm kind of a gun nut. I like that one.
Okay.
We're looking at it for
I'm gonna mute
educational
us.
purposes.
Educational purposes?
Yes.
I wonder where this interviewer is, by the way. I'm going to have to look him up.
Probably dead.
Reported jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
The US government has committed acts that are extremely unjust, hideous, and criminal through its support of the Israeli occupation of Palestine. And we believe the US is directly responsible for those killed in Palestine, Lebanon, and Iraq. Due to its subordination to the Jews, the arrogance of the United States regime has reached the point that they occupied Arabia, the holiest place of the Muslims, who are more than 1 billion people in the world today. For this and other acts of aggression and injustice, we have declared jihad against the US.
Is the jihad directed against the US government or United States troops in Arabia? What about US civilians in Arabia or the people of the United States?
We have focused our declaration of jihad on striking at the US soldiers inside Arabia, the country of the two holy places, Mecca and Medina. In our religion, it is not permissible for any non-Muslim to stay in Arabia. Therefore, even though American civilians are not targeted in our plan, they must leave. We do not guarantee their safety.
Well, you know what?
Oh, wow.
That's unfortunate.
Wow.
He
He's
is
not
on
dead yet.
Wikipedia. The gentleman is still alive. He's 87 years old, the New Zealand interviewer.
You're saying he's still alive?
Yeah, he's 87.
Wow.
I guess they wanted to keep him around.
Yeah,
And his interview is in the Wikipedia, and it says in March 1997, Arnett of CNN interviewed Osama bin Laden, leader of Al-Qaeda, after bin Laden declared jihad on the United States. Asked by Arnett, what are your future plans? He said, you'll see them and hear about them in the media, God willing. And looks like he was accurate there.
So a CNN reporter could find Osama bin Laden in 1997 in a cave out in the middle of nowhere in Afghanistan. Supposedly, while he was on the FBI, was he on the FBI wanted list by then?
Most likely.
Yeah, so...
Well, it wasn't a nice interview, so I assume so.
Yeah, and the CIA agency where his location was, and we're on the ground, and...
Yeah, the CIA has nothing to do with the CNN, right? I mean, they're completely independent.
I mean, if you go to the comments section here, and you'll see, like, the comments are all like, "Oh, they knew where he was." Like,
yeah, right.
Okay, here he is.
Yeah. Well, there he is. It's like, where's Waldo?
Military spent millions to find this guy, but here he is interviewing with random interviewers.
How
so
strange.
I can't remember if I mentioned this to you guys, but you know, Loose Change.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, I went to high school with Corey Rowe and Dylan Avery.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
So it was funny because my brother knew them too, and one day, my brother came running to the house with a thumb drive. He's like, "You gotta watch this. You gotta watch this video. You gotta watch it." And I start watching it, and I see their names. I'm like, "What the fuck?"
Right.
I'm like, you got me watching, like.
What kind of shit is this?
No, I was like, dude, I know these guys. I'm like, you're telling me I gotta watch this? And like, I know these guys that made it. Like, how did you get your hands on it? Because my brother was 10 years older than me.
Oh, right on.
Yeah,
That's
it was
funny.
just really funny. My brother was actually he knew a lot of people I went to school with. He was friends with some of my friends. It was weird. My brother knew everybody.
Right
he was friends with, a lot of people liked him. But yeah. So yeah, that was when they were like burning CDs on their own computer, and people were just sharing on a thumb drive or something.
Yeah.
People were just passing it around town. And then I think it eventually showed at the Oneonta Theater.
I gotta fact check myself. 1993 was the bombing at the World Trade Center. I had a bloop. Sorry about that.
Oh yeah,
1993. So this was after the bombing. So this is 4 years after the bombing.
Well, the thing about the original, the first bombing is that New York Times actually they investigated it, and there was like a FBI informant that came out, whistleblower about that, saying it was all set up and stuff. Like he had a wire, and, like he had proof, he had tapes and stuff. And I almost think it was the New York Times that broke that story. People don't remember this. Like there was proof that the 1993 bombing was really fucking set up by the FBI.
It says FBI involvement in the section on the Wikipedias. It says in the course of the trial, it was revealed that the FBI had an informant, a former Egyptian army officer named Ahmad Salem. Salem claims to have informed the FBI of the plot to build a bomb that would eventually be used in the World Trade Center towers as early as February 2nd, 1992. Sorry, February 8th. God damn it. February 6th, 1992. Salem's role as informant allowed the FBI to quickly pinpoint the conspirators out of hundreds of possible suspects. Salem claimed that the FBI's plan was for Salem to supply the conspirators with a harmless powder instead of actual explosive to build their bomb, but that the FBI chose to use him for other purposes instead. He secretly recorded hundreds of hours of telephone conversations with his FBI handlers.
Slick.
Could we hear some of those? That'd be great.
Yeah. You got those tapes? Got that mixtape, yo?
I love this comment.
Who's got that 93 mixtape of the bombing?
Well, do you remember after 9/11, I think it was called the Newburgh Five, they set up some poor black guys in Newburgh. Now, I don't know if any of you know anything about Newburgh, but it's very poor.
I've been
It's a very
there.
poor city. Yeah, there's it's not that great. And so, it was easy to find some poor black guys to totally dupe into, trying to set up a terrorist event. But the guys were only in it for like the money and the stuff they were getting from these guys. They never had an intention to do anything.
Right. They're just taking the money.
Yeah.
From the stupid feds who are like, oh, here.
Yeah,
they
man.
said they're going to do it.
But like that wasn't too long after 9/11. It was a couple years afterwards, all because of that like fucking terrorist.
That's why I don't think it's so hard to believe the scenarios that the ties that you explained for Buffalo and some other things that have come out about the Buffalo shooter and all these shooters and all of these distractions from certain big things.
Oh, everything. Yeah. It's always afterwards.
It's it always happens that, you know what I mean? There's all this subterfuge going on when actual moves are being made and stuff. Like it's pretty wild to see it in real time. And the idea that, they have been doing these sorts of maneuvers for decades and decades and decades.
Oh, God, yeah.
They killed
remember
the
the White
president.
House?
They killed the fucking president. You know what I mean? In broad daylight. They fucking
And they
did
had a
that
plane
shit.
go through the White House.
I think that's probably one of the scenarios somebody's dreamed up. That's why the Bidens ain't fucking there. That's why they're on a soundstage somewhere in some bunker. Like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, and that's another
It's a
thing.
bad movie. This whole thing.
My mom was at home sick the day that Kennedy got shot. She was like 12 or something like that. So she was in grade school, and she was watching the parade when he was assassinated.
That's just
So,
amazingly traumatic.
I heard my whole life how he either didn't act alone or something else is going on. I heard that my whole damn life because my mom was watching it live.
Yeah, and there's so much evidence that supports the fact that there was more than one shooter, and all the things that they said happened didn't happen, and testimony that's been fucking redacted, and like after all this time, there's still enough smoke around it to, except for like really trained people who have done their fucking thesis on this exercise of killing a U.S. president in broad fucking daylight in front of its public for the fucking traumatic shock value and PTSD to send for an entire country.
But
people,
all part of the social experiment.
There's like virtually no Americans anymore that believes Oswald acted alone.
No.
They know it was a setup. You just don't know what it was.
You don't get the
some people think
particulars.
that Oswald was involved, but nobody thinks he acted alone.
Right.
Even the people that think Oswald was involved think that the government was still involved too.
It's just ambiguity. It's misinformation at its finest.
Yeah.
That's why it works, because the CIA knew that's what would happen. So they fucking did that shit, and that's how they do everything.
Right?
Do you remember September 12th, 1994? Like, people talk about September 11th a lot, but like September 12th, 1994 was when there was a crash of a plane on the White House lawn when Clinton wasn't there.
I do remember.
And it scared a lot of people, and it was a stolen plane. So it was so fucking weird.
Yeah, they tightened up airspace around the fucking White House quick after that happened.
I put the link in the private chat for that piece of history.
I've heard other stories about air traffic controllers like hitting the panic button to scramble jets and stuff because they thought somebody was gonna hit the White House or Congress or something with the airplane.
Good thing Clinton wasn't there.
Yeah, that's convenient.
It would be terrible for everyone if NAFTA never happened. That didn't happen. What the fuck?
Oh no, I meant the other one. Sorry, I meant the other one. The other one's more detailed. The other one below that. Not that one's bad. It's just.
Oh yeah, gamer. I remember the press conference the day before 9/11 about how many trillions missing from the Pentagon budget.
Yes.
The Pentagon.
Yeah, of course. September 10th.
Yep.
They love September. September 10th, 11th, 12th.
A lot of people forgot about that.
Dozens of trillions.
Other shit happened on September 11th in history as well. It's very many things. It's weird.
Ominous.
I'll go through it.
How does that line up with the stars? I like those people who do those forecasts. They're like, oh yeah, and this happened, and that happened, and this happened because Pluto was over here.
You can look at Wikipedia for events, and it'll give you an idea.
That's true.
Throughout history.
Operation Northwood was a plan to kill and bomb Americans in Florida. Then we would blame Cuba. Then we could invade Cuba. Kennedy said,
I love this guy. Like,
they killed him.
Wow.
The date. Come on.
I know. They don't really talk about this one.
He was just behind scheduled.
It was a mistake.
You said 21st? I thought you said the 12th. You said 21? I thought
South Lawn.
They all equal 3.
2 stories below the Clintons' unoccupied bedroom. The impact immediately killed him. Frank Eugene Corder. How convenient.
Frankie.
We'll never know what happened.
Good try. Hey, man, nice shot.
Always a 3-namer.
He almost did
Some 50 yards from the Oval Office, just around the corner from the Rose Garden, sat a tangle of metal. What was left of the plane's nose, inches away from the barred office window of the White House physician, and 1 floor below the state dining room. A twisted brown aircraft seat rested in the dirt just left of the wreckage. As daylight broke, the Secret Service hung a tarpaulin over the plane to conceal its identification numbers.
Oh, wow. Really?
Why would they do that?
Weird.
I wonder why.
Why would they do that?
See, I told you it was more detail.
Couldn't be a CIA plane, could it? I mean, they have their own airlines.
That's just speculation.
in the Cessna from Aldino Airport in Maryland while heavily intoxicated. Radar technicians at the National Airport tracked the stolen plane for several minutes when it entered the restricted airspace, which extended 1 nautical mile on either side of the White House to 18,000 feet. President Bill Clinton, First Lady Hillary Clinton, and their teenage daughter, Chelsea, were asleep across Pennsylvania Avenue at Blair House, the presidential guest house, while repairs were being completed to the ventilation system in the residence.
How did they know he was drunk?
He was 38 years old, was born in Perry Point, Maryland, to William and Dorothy Corder. His father was an aircraft mechanic. He dropped out of high school in 11th grade and enlisted in the U.S. Army in 1974. Another Army guy.
Yeah.
He was stationed at Fort Knox, Kentucky, and Fort Carson, Colorado, where he was trained as a mechanic. He was honorably discharged from military service in 1975. Afterward, he worked as a truck driver from 1976 until he lost his job in early 1993. And then his relatives said he had struggled with alcohol, a drug conviction, financial problems, the whole thing. The recent rupture of his third marriage. Oh, I love the way they phrased that.
Man, they just dragging him right
through it. And the death of his father. After daylight, Bill Clinton, wearing black jogging clothes and a baseball hat, returned to the White House, later peering out a window at the wreckage. Oops. Whoa, what's that over there?
Bill
Both he and his wife sought to play down the event. Of course they did. In remarks by satellite to new members of the AmeriCorps volunteer program, the president said the White House will be kept safe and it will be kept open and the people's business will go on. Hillary Clinton told guests that it has been quite an unusual day here at the White House. Not for you guys, right? You're used to
for fuck's sake.
Chaos.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to get the cat out of the door.
Oh.
Have you ever seen or heard about or read Program to Kill by David Gowan, I think?
I thought you were talking about Dave McGowan, but I haven't read it, but I've heard of him.
Yeah,
He
you know how a lot of these serial killers between like the 60s to the 80s.
Yeah. I know what you mean,
or the 90s,
like the Laurel Canyon
military backgrounds. And like, oh God, who was that guy in Philadelphia that kidnapped and murdered those women and had them in the basement? Gary Heidnik. Gary Heidnik and Jeffrey Dahmer were both stationed in Germany, not too far from each other, at the same time.
Of course.
So I think a lot of these are actually like
Germans
MK experiments.
Yeah.
Like it's a little known fact, but Germans are delicious.
No, that is alleged. We do not eat people.
And then you get into have you watched
every once in a while.
Have you watched the Cloning or listen to the podcast? It's about the connections between
there you go.
John Wayne Gacy and Dean Coral, the Candyman.
Oh,
he was a serial killer down in Texas, and
they were
connected to this one guy that was like a massive I don't know how to explain this on YouTube without getting like a story.
Vicky Adams heard me say the Germans are
the kitty stuff and you know the higher ups and stuff. He was like, I can't remember the guy's name, but both Dean Coral and John Wayne Gacy were connected to this guy, and
nice.
Yeah, they had like arrested this guy and gotten all this evidence, like names of people and what their preferences were.
Like a Hannibal Lecter shakedown thing? Like, yeah.
And they collected all the evidence, and poof, all the evidence just went bye-bye. And it had names of like high level politicians and stuff in there. Just conveniently disappeared from evidence.
Weird. I wonder if that's gonna happen with Ghislaine's testimony. She's like, I'll give you these people.
So now
they're trying to get names.
Yeah.
Now I'm thinking that John Wayne Gacy, what was actually going on in his house was some of it was actually this guy coming in and recording snuff films,
right,
to sell, sell to these people that he had in his like Rolodexes and stuff.
The early dark
that
web.
Reminds me. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. The early dark web, where they used to sell snuff films. And
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at Little's comment. Shelly, do you see Little's comment?
Yeah.
You hold up Shelly to your ear, you can hear the scoop. Oh my god! Oh, Little comes up with the cutest stuff.
I was gonna say, like, when you said that, I was thinking about the Franklin case cover-up.
Yep.
And when I read the book, which was the one written by John.
The Franklin scandal or the Franklin cover-up?
The Franklin cover-up, the actual one. Franklin case
because I've read
cover-up.
both.
Well, yeah, the original one that was written by the dude who ended up getting killed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Crazy. But
yeah,
anyway,
he had all those files on his plane, and then when they cleaned up the plane crash, the briefcase was gone. But
he was supposed to meet up with the photographer, right?
Yep.
The pornographer guy. Okay, but he had expressed, and there have been
photographer.
There have been allegations to him by people involved, like Paul Benassi, that that Hunter S. Thompson was involved in the racket, that he was the photographer, one of the snuff photographer. Like, that is legit what was in that book. And so ever since that, like, I may have Johnny Depp here in the little avatar here, but like, I don't support any celebrity in that way. And if they have any past with people, I definitely question it. And I question his relationship with Hunter S. Thompson. But
he might not have known about it.
I don't think he necessarily knows about it. Exactly. But he also supported some Satanists back in the day that were accused of crazy crimes. So I'm just saying, I don't believe everything about people, and I don't worship them. So if there are people out there who may think, oh, she's a memester and she's like pro Johnny Depp, I'm not pro anyone. I'm pro justice. I'm pro truth, and the truth came out, and that's what matters. And it doesn't matter who it is, even if it's Assange. Going back to Assange and his issues with what he's been detailed about in his personal life. I don't care about that. I care about the truth. That's all that matters. So the truth is that he was railroaded and politically imprisoned, and still is there, and he should be out. And anyone in that position, I would feel the same about. I don't care. I don't have any loyalty. I mean, if they're Nazi, sure. Navalny, I'm not sure I would be on his side exactly, but like, I do like freedom of speech.
I mean, there is some weird stuff about Assange's past.
Yeah.
But you got to separate that from what's actually going on, and from the good things that he has done for the world.
Alex Jones, I will freaking protect Alex Jones from that shit, because I don't think he should have been fucking gotten rid of either.
No, obviously not. Nobody should.
Yeah,
and everybody, just like we were talking about the truth and finding the truth, it is about perspective. And without all of these different perspectives, we'll never get fucking close to the truth. Right? So everybody should speak their fucking what they think.
So there you go. He showed me inside of Bohemian Grove, and I'm never
dude.
Thanks,
Alex gave us a lot of information for his crazy bad shit stuff. He's given us gold.
Either.
Yeah,
and he introduced us to 9/11 truth as well. So like
yes.
he introduced us to a lot of the people we like James Corbett. Like
that's why they want to remove him.
Melissa and Aaron.
Oh, I love James Corbett.
Media, all of them. They wouldn't be here without Alex Jones. I have to give him props.
God, I've been watching.
Fuck yeah.
Watching Corbett, following Corbett since virtually the beginning.
Yeah.
He's always been solid.
Yeah, and that's the good thing about him in particular through this whole fucking shenanigans, all the fucking bullshit that's been going on. He's been straight on the fucking money the whole time. You know what I mean? Like, I doubted him. Like, what a fucking idiot I am to think back that no, I was doubting people that were giving me proper information and like, you know, places to check what they were fucking examining.
Yep. And they prepare us for the
just
future.
Receipts, all the receipts. If you take the fucking time, you will figure it out. And we did, and it just took a minute. But you know, I'm not embarrassed to say that because of the fact that, hey, you know, here we are now, and that's won't get fooled again, right? You know, that's the fucking deal.
You know, there's a lot of websites and stuff I used to follow that are no longer around, haven't been around since like maybe 2015 that were taken down.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's been happening a long time.
Yeah.
A long time.
It's a cycle.
And it's a cycle, and it's also another division point because if you got that wrong about the fucking the fucking whole scam, if you got any of that wrong and you're on the wrong side of mandates, then you're fucking, you know what I mean? You're an asshole. Like, first of all, and because all the evidence is there for the taking, you should not be that misinformed. You should fucking pay attention to why everybody thinks that you're a fucking idiot. You know what I mean? And they keep pointing it out, and people are still just like, no, I'm wearing my mask and I'm going to get my booster. Like, I don't know, man. It's like you have to do what your situation makes you do, you know, how you feel compelled to fucking move forward in your life. But at this point, I think there's enough peers with plenty of receipts and plenty of information to explain the things and make everyone aware. At least try to get as many people as we can on the same page about it, because I don't know what else to say. They're just going to fall for it again. People are just going to stay in the cycle and just be in that forever booster fucking mode that they want us everybody to be in, so they can manage our fucking resiliency and immunity. Allegedly.
Patel's decision Pretty Patel has a little bit more time, I think, to decide, right? That's what it was.
I believe it's
it's coming
that
up.
Decision is coming very soon, like if it hasn't already happened.
No, I don't think it's coming up yet. It's coming soon, but it's not.
I can't search anything.
Yeah, I remember, like, oh my God, the golden age of the internet where you could go down so many rabbit holes, and you go down, and one rabbit hole would lead to 10, would lead to 20, would lead to 1,000,000, and I miss those days. Those were fun.
That was back when you could find information and Google didn't hide everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, now they would just put you on a list for that shit.
Yeah.
Trying to find
You keep going deeper in different alternate.
Yeah, I use Brave. I use Brave for
also. Just in general, you can stop your watch history if you don't know that. I'm sure everybody knows that now. But like, you can pause it and then it never comes back up.
Yeah, that's
so you can hide your shit on your computer anyway.
Yeah.
All I have is a phone, so I don't even have a tablet.
Well, I don't log in on my phone on YouTube. That's what I do. If it's spicy, I just watch it on the computer later.
If I had a tablet or something, I would mostly I would just keep my phone for only just a few things.
I just use it for ASMR basically, and then research purposes, which is usually not spicy shit. So spicy shit comes later.
Apparently, interstellar travel could be possible even without spaceships right now.
What?
That's what I'm seeing here. Interstellar travel could be possible even without spaceships, scientists say.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, because they want to send it through the particle machine.
It's a
Also, they're working with the Russians right now.
See, I told you, sir.
They're working with the Russians. They never stop.
They love Russians.
But CERN has been working on opening an interdimensional portal. That's the whole reason for it.
Yeah.
And all these little black holes that they're creating, I honestly think they're trying to create their own universes.
They just keep chucking marmots.
Well, they're getting ready for the metaverse right now.
In about 5 billion years, the sun will leave the main sequence and become a red giant. It'll expand and transform into a glowering, malevolent ball and consume and destroy Mercury, Venus, Earth, and probably Mars. Can humanity survive the sun's red giant phase? Extraterrestrial civilizations, ETCs.
What are you reading?
I don't know. May have already faced this existential threat. Could they have survived it by migrating to another star system without the use of spaceships? Universe Today readers are well versed in the difficulties of interstellar travel, aren't we all?
Oh, you're reading Universe Today. Okay, cool.
Our nearest neighboring solar system is in the Alpha Centauri system. If humanity had to flee, just, hypothetically, if humanity had to flee an existential threat, like, Donald Trump or whatever, in our solar system, and if we could identify a planetary home in Alpha Centauri, it would still take us over 4 years to get there. 4, and that's using the fast spaceships. If we could travel at the speed of light,
I heard fascist, yeah.
that's the fastest ones we got on the Space Force.
The fastest spaceships.
The fastest, yeah, I like that.
Space Force.
Well,
the Space Force goes the speed of light, right?
Have we gotten back to Star Wars?
Yeah, well, it'll still take us 5 years to get an orbiter to Jupiter, our technological stage. That's what we're faced with. There's a lot of talk about generation starships where humans could live for generations while en route to distant habitable planets.
Yeah, that works out really well.
Well, that's going to be great. Everybody's going to be like a bunch of chubbos with no legs, like on Wall-E. Those ships don't need to reach anywhere near the speed of light. Instead, entire generations of humans would live and die on a journey to another star that takes hundreds or thousands of years. It's fun to think about, but pure fantasy at this point.
Seriously, what are you reading?
Is there another way we or other civilizations could escape our doomed homes? The author of the new research article in the International Journal of Astrology says that ETCs may not need starships to escape existential threats like Donald Trump and travel to another star system. They could instead use free-floating planets, also known as rogue planets.
Great.
Wow. The article is Migrating Extraterrestrial Civilizations and Interstellar Colonization Implications for the SETI and SETA. The author is Irona Romanovskaya. Romanovskaya is a professor of physics and astronomy at the Houston Community College.
Uh-huh.
What date was this written? Let's see. I'm not sure. She's proposing that extraterrestrial civilizations may use free-floating planets as interstellar transportation to reach and explore and colonize planetary systems. She writes, when it comes to search for other civilizations, these efforts could lead to techno-signatures and artifacts. I propose possible techno-signatures and artifacts that may be produced by extraterrestrial civilizations using free-floating planets for interstellar migration and interstellar colonization, as well as strategies for the search for their techno-signatures and artifacts, she said. It is possible that rogue planets, either in the Milky Way or some other hundreds of billions of galaxies, carry their own life with them in subsurface oceans kept warm by radiogenic decay.
Okay.
You know, it's pretty egotistical of humans to think that we can just go to another planet and
I think we're already on planet B, but I've already said that before.
Well, hold on. If it's already like, you know, inhabited by intelligent beings, like, oh yeah, they're just gonna welcome us, or we'll just go to an empty spot and they'll let us stay there. You think that's really gonna fucking happen? And also, we can't even get humans past Van Allen belt.
It's really funny how we are that egotistical to think that we're just going to show up somewhere. What? It's the wilderness because it's the universe. So like nobody lives here. I don't see a house anywhere. We're fine.
Yeah, just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not there.
Exactly. Let's start a campfire. Hell, I'll get some wood. There's no trees.
I'm totally, you know, I totally believe that there are beings that you know, disengage nuclear warheads and shit like that.
Yeah, I believe that's probably quite accurate.
Because like all this stuff started when we started screwing around with like atom bombs and stuff like that. And my own personal feeling about it is that when you set off an atom bomb like that, it's such a powerful radiation that it just ripples into other dimensions and shit. It can travel so far, and it's probably upsetting other civilizations and other dimensions, and you're just like, you stop fucking around, man. You're gone too far now.
Having tried some of the ethnogenic plants on this planet and gotten to a place where I was talking to, you know, colorful entities of other kinds of creatures. I don't know, they were smart, but then they just talked with their minds and changed color and mutated constantly the whole time. And there was like some kind of female force that I assumed was the goddess that kind of led me through this like thing. And like I had this whole experience of experiencing this, which means to me, in my mind, that beyond what we can see in this realm, when we're conscious of this realm, there's all fucking whole multitude, a whole multiverse, if you will, of other realms with all kinds of other possible random shenanigans that can take place at any point. And it seems like there's all sorts of entities that we would disturb with that sort of explosion. Like you're saying, like the ripple effect would be probably devastating.
Think about
to other things, effect. You know?
Yeah.
I just want to ask everybody to grab the links that I put in there for Odysee. If you have not signed up for Odysee, and follow that link, and please follow me over there too.
I love I love what the mushroom shows me. The mushroom always shows me that same thing that I'm talking about. I was just trying to describe really fucking badly. It's like you feel like you can't really describe it accurately because there's so much happening, so much input at the same time that to decipher it. Like, I don't know, DMT is like that, where it takes you a really long time to wrap your head around what the fuck you experienced and, you know, what, if anything, did it mean? Are you just, are you looking at your hand the whole time? What's happening? You know what I mean? It's just,
so, okay.
It's heavy.
Oh, could I just, real quick,
please.
Steve, what was the name of that article? I'm trying to look it up. I'm a researcher. It's driving me crazy. I need to find it.
It's okay. It's like right on the whatever they fucking feed my stupid.
I know it's Universe Today. I heard that. I listen in.
Yeah.
I'm on that website. I looked up rogue planets, but I got a bunch of stuff.
I don't know.
It's Science Alert. It's on Science Alert.
Why did they say Universe Today? Maybe it's a conglomerate. No, whatever. You know, the thing that gets the thing.
I can send it to you.
Puts it on the thing.
Okay.
I could tweet it to you.
We're gonna wrap up though, because we're almost at 5 hours.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I think we should, but I just want to get the link for the chat so that they can read it some other point. So maybe you can put it in the chat. That'd be great.
I can do that too. I will do that.
That's all I was asking.
Absolutely.
So we can have the chatters see the thing that you read.
Yeah, that was really random.
That was very random. I think I should read more things because that was fun.
If anybody wants to get me some psilocybin for my birthday, I'm totally open for that.
Psilocybin, I love that guy.
I need psilocybin, not mushrooms.
You know.
I need I need extract.
The actual things.
Because I'm unsure about the allergy.
Love you, gamer. Thanks for joining us. We love you.
I've always wanted to do shrooms.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've done acid.
Really, you haven't seen mushrooms? I mean, there's so many. You live in New York.
I haven't been able to eat them in my life, but actually, immunologist said I could try to eat mushrooms, but I'm a little nervous about it.
Well, that's the thing too, because my I've seen people, my buddy Shoes, every time he and I and our buddy would like try to eat a couple grams of mushrooms, without fail, he would pass out and do the fish until he vomited and got them out of him. Like every time, like it happened like 3 times, 3 different occasions, like years apart from each other. And like nobody put it together like, oh, you're allergic to that. Don't eat that, you know?
Yeah.
Like the last time it happened, we're like, dude, that was like, it took like 15 minutes. And he just happened to be like shaking my hand as we're standing by the fire. And I like pulled him away from the fire and he fell down. And then I was like, dude, are you all right? And he just hold his stomach and then he threw up and he was perfectly fine like 5 minutes later.
No.
But that's what I'm saying. That could be a thing. So you should be wary of that. You know what I mean? Start
yeah. I've heard
I've done a variety of lots of things. We can allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. What I want to do.
I've done a lot of mushrooms. Like I love mushrooms. We love mushrooms.
I will.
There's a lot of things though that
saying that I think if I can help Shelly get some of that Rick Simpson love, then we're fucking in a good place with that. That's so helpful for so many friends of mine.
I mean, hell, the first time we like really hung out on Mr. Wilson's stream, we were tripping freaking balls that we came across allegedly, whatever, and we came across the stream, and we stayed we were like, yeah, okay, we're gonna go chill out, and then we ended up hanging out with the dude for 6 hours, like we fucking hung out with him.
A lot like this stream, it's weird like that.
It was
all right.
Funny.
I have to tweet this to you, Elle, because it won't let me send it from fucking YouTube.
What?
It's stupid. It's like you can't select YouTube. You can't just copy and paste the fucking link. All right. Anyway, so I sent it to your Twitter DM.
Waiting.
Boom, 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 boom. Mescalito is the teacher and the protector. Mescaline has been one of those things that like shows you some weird shit that you weren't ready for every time I've ever fucking had anything to do with it. The best one, real quick before we wrap it up, the best one I ever remember is getting purple microdot ones, eating 2 of those, and like fresh out of high school, and our house was like right next door to another house that was like multifamily, and it was their second story was like even with my bedroom window, and my attic upstairs is where my bedroom was, and it was completely plasticed off. Like it was plastic with a 3rd shift shade behind the plastic to keep out the light, so all you could see was whatever just kind of bled through the sides of it, and it's all bunched up in the corner and stuff, and I'm laying on my bed listening to Pink Floyd, just melting the fuck down. The next door neighbor has a big screen TV, and all you could see is like the colors coming from the TV and just like rippling in through the fucking a little slice of light that comes through into the crinkles of the plastic and just down the wall, and oh my fucking God. Insane. The best visuals ever. Just like, and I mean, I've eaten acid so many times, it's ridiculous.
Oh my God. So one of these times I gotta tell you guys about my first acid trip, but it's too late.
Yeah, we'll do some more streams.
Oh my God, we gotta talk about like interdimensional and spiritual and tripping balls, and we gotta do it soon.
Yeah,
Oh,
let's do it. Let's plan it.
Fuck yeah.
Text me and we'll figure out a time. Yeah,
Very, very
Wes has it to be continued.
I've got some of that like new age info too.
Word.
Yeah.
We are open
I got
to
some
all
strange
forms.
experiences. I was telling Lucky about that. I've had some really weird experiences in my life.
Well,
yeah, we should do another one soon. Let's figure out when we want to do it.
Oh hell yeah. We'll chat about it over the weekend.
Word.
Yeah.
I will make a psychedelic thumbnail.
Hell yeah.
Can I just one more time promote my podcast very quickly?
Please do.
Before the end. I put it in the chat if you didn't see it before. Super Awkward Funcast, the new episode. Verdicts, Nazis, and Pfizer is out. So check it out when you get the chance. If you haven't yet, if you have, then comment if you want. If you don't. I'm not your mother or anything. So do what you will. But
She's a
please
super
listen.
awkward funcaster.
Please listen to my show. That's all.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely listen to Elle's show.
Thank you so much for listening to all the people who have already, which is a lot. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
13 downloads. That's not too shabby in a day. I appreciate that. Or a day and a half.
We'll see the videos. But yeah, so thank you guys very much. And
how long is it? Do I put that on first?
Yeah, you can play that. This is just a like.
Does it say the store?
Yeah, it's just 30 seconds long or whatever.
Okay, we have a thing we're gonna play.
And thank you.
Night, John boy.
Night, Mary Ellen.
All right, I'm gonna play this out.
Good night.
And then we'll play our thing out. Okay.
All right, y'all.
We love you. We'll see you soon.
Love you.
Hey, hit that like button. And if you're new, hit the subscribe button if you think that you want to get more information.
And join us Sundays.
Come get you some. Listen to Elle's podcast. We love you.
and check out Steve Cutler live.
And follow Shelly on the tweets.
It's Poison Alice.
Poison Alice.
Yeah, if you follow me and
at the Poison Alice,
you can probably you'll find Shelly.
Yeah.
Gamer. Check your Twitter.
Check your Twitter. We love you.
I sent him pictures and he doesn't want to see them. He doesn't love me.
He's like, I lost my password. I haven't had the heart to tell her. All right. Well, thank you guys. Pete, I thank you. My Leo thanks you. My Lucky thanks you.
Thank you.
My Skylar thanks you. My Bonkers thanks you. My kitty cat thanks you. Everett thanks you. Sweetie thanks you. Peaches thanks you. Everybody thanks you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hydrophil cuts through my neighborhood. Somehow that always just made me feel good. And I can put a spare bulb in my hand, light up my yard. Late at night when the wires in the walls sing in tune with the din of the falls. And I'm conducting it all while I sleep to light this whole town.